Chapter 446. I have not lost yet. Qin Yushan was both embarrassed and angry. The 9-segmented whip left his palm and danced in the air, whipping away the 3 mountains on his body. However, just as it was whipped away, another long river came crashing over. After being severely injured, Qin Yushan's lips were bleeding. His eyes were red, and it was obvious that he was really angry. Explode! Qin Yushan's eyes shone as he gave a low shout. The first segment of the 9-segmented whip exploded on the spot. Long Fighting was not prepared for it and was forced to retreat, his clothes in a mess. Exploding your own divine weapon? You are ruthless. Unfortunately, your abilities are just like this. After speaking, he fanned the Cosmos fan continuously, and 9 mountains came crashing down. Qin Yushan's expression changed, and he shouted anxiously, "Explode!" After a few explosions, the 9 mountains were finally destroyed. However, the price was that half of the divine weapon was destroyed. As for Long Fighting, he was not injured at all. Only his spiritual energy had been slightly depleted. A cornered beast is still fighting. Long Fighting casually fanned the heaven and earth fan once again. 4 huge mountains descended at the same time. Having lost his divine weapon, Qin Yushan could only destroy 1 mountain before he was suppressed by the other 3. At that moment, he could not move at all. You bastard! I have not lost yet. Long Fighting laughed mockingly. Now, you can only bark like a dog. After speaking, he pressed down casually, and the 3 mountains became heavier. Qin Yushan screamed and fainted on the spot. With that, he had only used 7 moves. Qin Zhuyang's expression was calm. He flew down and scooped him up, then injected some spiritual energy into him to wake him up. As soon as he woke up, Qin Yushan's expression was fierce. Wait, I have not. A slap landed on his face, and Qin Zhuyang said calmly, "You have embarrassed yourself enough." After speaking, he brought him back to the stone pillar. With such a temperament, he still wants to participate in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. It seems that he is a young master who has been spoiled by his family. When he sparred with others, he felt that it was natural for others to give him a handicap. This kind of person who can't afford to lose will most likely die in a dangerous place like the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Why bother? When he heard those harsh words, Qin Yushan's face turned pale. The hatred in his mind deepened. Unfortunately, when he saw Su Yu's expressionless face, he felt that Su Yu was looking down on him. He couldn't help but coldly snort. Is it that funny? Who do you think you are? No matter how weak this young master is, I'm still stronger than an ignorant thing like you. Su Yu glanced sideways at him and spoke to him for the first time. You're crazy. At this time, the first of the 9 dragon patterns under the stone pillar started to fluctuate. This indicated that the intensity of their energy fluctuations was only equivalent to the first dragon pattern. This caused the hearts of everyone present to sink. To think that a fight between 2 sovereign personages could only trigger 1 dragon. Activating this diagram was far more difficult than expected. At the same time, an inch-long flying dragon appeared on top of Long Fighting's head, symbolizing his performance in this round. The winner can continue to challenge the loser. Long Fighting's cold gaze flashed as he looked at the group they were in. According to the rules, Qin Yushan, who had already been challenged, was not included. But of the remaining 3 people, 2 were half-gods. How could he dare to challenge them? Then you shall be the Black Snow Devil King. Long Fighting shrugged his shoulders helplessly. There is no one else I can challenge, so I can only challenge you. Su Yu calmly descended, calmly saying, "Make your move." Long Fighting examined Su Yu. "Humph, I have heard of your name. Number 1 person of the same generation in the North Continent. You are quite famous, but your abilities are average. I can only say that the North Continent does not have any decent talents. That is why it is your turn to enjoy the title of number 1 in the North Continent." Su Yu creased his brows. "You are very long-winded. I will say it one last time. Make your move." Long Fighting snorted. "Since I have chosen you, I naturally will not bully the weak. How about this, I will give you a handicap of 3, but before he could finish his sentence, Su Yu disappeared from the sky like a phantom, leaving behind a blurry afterimage. Long Fighting's expression changed, his naked eyes scanning the area quickly. He immediately found traces of Su Yu, his expression turning grave. I gave you a chance, but you did not want it. Don't blame me. After saying this, he fanned his cosmos fan repeatedly. 9 mountains appeared, crashing toward Su Yu. Crack, but the mountains that flew out were instantly turned into ice mountains. Then, under the extreme cold, they shattered with a rumble, turning into countless ice shards. Su Yu dove into the lightning, passing through the sky filled with ice shards, heading straight for Long Fighting. Long Fighting's expression changed. Without hesitation, he fanned his cosmos fan again. A great, torrential river surged. But the long river had just appeared when Su Yu's body glowed with a red light. The entire long river evaporated in an instant. A terrifying fireball even passed through the water vapor and bombarded the cosmos fan. Creek, the cosmos fan, a middle-grade divine artifact, was incinerated in an instant. Long Fighting's expression froze, filled with disbelief. It's over. At this moment, a calm voice entered his ears. The next moment, a fist landed on his abdomen. A powerful force pierced through his body. A bolt of energy passed through his body, shooting toward the direction of the Heavenly Law Alliance's stone pillar. Wherever the energy passed, the air moved, containing a sharp energy. Many of the human kings present had grave expressions. What a powerful body! Just the remnant energy that passed through his body did not lose to that of most of the human kings present. Puu, seeing that the energy was about to strike the Heavenly Law Alliance's stone pillar, a slender hand grabbed forward, extinguishing the energy. Long Wuxin looked down apathetically. She raised her hand, grabbing the half-conscious Long Fighting. Your performance was acceptable, Long Wuxin said apathetically, tossing him aside. Long Fighting had not recovered from Su Yu's ruthless and barbaric methods. He said in a daze, I have let you down. I used 7 moves to defeat Qin Yushan. When I said your performance was acceptable, I did not mean that you used 7 moves against Qin Yushan. I can only say that you are trash. Your performance was acceptable. You withstood 2 moves from the Black Snow Devil King. Originally, I had expected that you would not be able to withstand even 1 move. What? Could not withstand even 1 move? Long Fighting could not believe his ears. Was the Black Snow Devil King that strong in Long Wuxin's eyes? But thinking back to the battle just now, it was as if the two of them had completely suppressed each other. If not for the fact that he was using the Cosmos Fan, which was considered a long-range attack, he might have been killed in 1 move if they had clashed head-on. Su Yu stood at his original position quietly, waiting for the announcement. The Black Snow Devil King wins. At the same time, 2 of the 9 dragon tattoos under his feet glowed with a crystalline light. In other words, Su Yu had activated the 3rd dragon pattern all by himself. At the same time, a 3-inch-long golden dragon appeared above his head. In terms of size, it was 3 times the size of Long Fighting's head. At that moment, the stone pillar was completely silent. Su Yu's storm-like attacks had intimidated some people. A playful expression appeared on Qin Zhuyang's face. Interesting. Although my instincts tell me that the Black Snow Demon Sovereign is very strong, it looks like he is extraordinarily strong. Aside from the Divine Eagle of the 7 Lords of Darkness, there are probably not many sovereign personages here who can fight him. Regarding this, Gang Daily was deeply convinced. Of course, who do you think you are? How could the brother that I, Gang Daily, know be weak? Just based on the reputation of the Black Snow Devil King, he would not be any weaker. Qin Zhuyang smiled, turning his head and calmly saying, Now, do you know the difference between you and him? Qin Yushan was still in shock. Su Yu's overbearing and fierce attacks had shocked him deeply. Long Fighting had defeated him in 7 moves. But Su Yu had only used 2 moves to defeat Long Fighting. The few human kings of the 4 great ancient clans had serious expressions. It seemed like the next time would be Su Yu's challenge. Would he challenge them? Among the 7 Lords of Darkness, Bai Luo looked at Su Yu indifferently, creasing his brows. Why did the intelligence not show that the Black Snow Devil King had such abilities? Qing Zhu, Yi Yu, both of you worked together with him in the Dragon Abyss. Qing Zhu's expression was extremely ugly. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, he had more or less looked down on the Black Snow Devil King. But after not seeing him for a month, the Black Snow Devil King, who was far inferior to him, had become so frightening. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, Qing Zhu knew that even if he were to fight, his ending would not be any better than long fightings. Yi Yu revealed a gratified expression. She naturally knew that the abilities of the Black Snow Devil King were not limited to this. When he was still an immortal realm level 4, he could fight a half-god Azura to the death without suffering any losses. The abilities he had displayed now were clearly not his limits. I do not know either, Yi Yu calmly replied. I have never seen him fight. The purple-robed man laughed. Unintentionally, a pair of dark red eyes flashed beneath his hat. The victor has the right to continue challenging the next person. Since both of you have already challenged each other twice, you will choose your opponent from the other 3 stone pillars for the next round. Hearing this, the 4 great ancient clans became nervous. Qing Zhu's expression also changed slightly. His relationship with the Black Snow Devil King was not pleasant. If he took the opportunity to take revenge, Lord Shenying, come down. Su Yu did not raise his head, standing in the middle of the plaza with his hands clasped behind his back. Hey! Everyone was shocked. If one were to compare the forces present, it would not be the 4 great ancient clans. It would be the 7 Lords of Darkness. They were geniuses chosen by the King of Darkness. Every one of them had powerful battle abilities that surpassed those of the same level. It was rumored that the Human King Lord Shenying had long since entered the Human King realm. His abilities were far above Qing Zhu's, and he was close to the half-god realm. Su Yu had chosen Lord Shenying of all people. Qin Zhuoyang laughed. Interesting. Bai Luo slightly creased his brows, looking at Su Yu deeply before calmly withdrawing his gaze. Lord Shenying's long and narrow eyes gradually narrowed, his lips forming a cold, disdainful smile. Your courage in challenging me is commendable, but you overestimate your abilities. Su Yu's expression was calm, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. He calmly said, Shenying, come down. Chapter 447. Thump! Shenying landed, smashing the ground with a loud rumble. Su Yu calmly sized him up. This was a human king whom he could not even retaliate against. At the Phoenix Cabinet, he was the one who had injured Ling Xiaotian. He was the one who had wanted to kill Su Yu on the spot. He was the one who had captured the 2 of them alive. At that time, Su Yu could not retaliate. At the Empire headquarters, he was the one who had framed Ling Xiaotian and wanted to kill him. He was the one who had forced Ling Xiaotian to sacrifice his life essence to extend Su Yu's future. To this day, Ling Xiaotian was still on the brink of death, unable to awaken. That day, when Su Yu had escaped, he had sworn to avenge himself with blood. From that day on, Su Yu had used Ling Xiaotian's life to extend his life, all the way to this day, all the way to Shenying. He had waited for this battle for far too long. Why, do you have a grudge against me? Shenying sharply sensed the killing intent Su Yu was emitting. Su Yu's expression was calm. Make your move, he said indifferently. Shenying's eyes flashed, his nostrils flaring. Who cares who you are? You are unlucky to have met me. Shenying's human king aura slowly spread. It was clearly different from Long Fighting's powerful aura, surging toward Su Yu. Su Yu felt a sense of pressure. The circulation of his spirit energy was a little sluggish. His abilities were indeed strong, very close to the half-god realm. If he had more time, it would not be difficult for him to break through to half-god. Demonic Blood Palm. Shenying's attack was stage 2 top class of an immortal level technique. This scene caused the eyes of many geniuses to twitch. How could they not know the difficulty of cultivating an immortal level technique? It was extremely difficult to successfully cultivate to stage 2. To progress further, to the upper class or top class, one would need a powerful level of comprehension. Shenying was indeed worthy of being ranked second among the 7 Lords of Darkness. As the demonic blood palm pressed down, Su Yu felt a gust of wind. A bloody glow illuminated the surroundings, making it look extremely glaring. Su Yu's gaze was calm. The ice within his body surged forth, turning into a normal palm, clashing with Shenying's demonic blood palm. With a dull thud, Shenying's demonic blood palm froze. At the same time, a physical force was transmitted through the ice palm, causing Shenying to groan and retreat 3 steps. The stone pillar was completely silent. In a direct confrontation, the divine eagle was actually at a disadvantage. However, there were some who were even more astonished. That ice power is extremely close to the origin. This person has such a high attainment in the ice Tao. Even Qing Zhu couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yu smiled. Is that so? Qin Zhuoyang frowned slightly. His achievements in the Tao of Ice are extraordinary. According to what I know, any element that condenses its origin will be reborn. Gang Daily looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression. The origin does not seem to be very useful in the Zhenlong continent. I heard that Jojo places great importance on the origin. Bai Luo's expression was indifferent. He observed Su Yu quietly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Su Yu looked at the retreating Shenying coldly. He took a step forward and shook his head. You've become weaker. The disdainful expression on Shenying's face gradually froze and was replaced by anger and humiliation. He had entered the battle with such confidence, but who would have thought that he would be at a disadvantage in the exchange just now? Humph. I was careless. You won't be so lucky next. Buzz, a blood-red light glowed on his broken right palm, forming a blood-red ball of light the size of a fist. The lines were clear, like a human fist. The only difference was that there was an evil energy within the fist. There was also something squirming within the ball of light. Thanks to a slut, said Shenying, even though I have lost my palm, I have obtained another kind of power. Shenying licked his lips excitedly. His eyes were an unnatural dark red, a sign that an evil spirit had entered his body. Go. Countless red tentacles shot out from the blood-red ball of light, coiling toward Su Yu. Crackling sounds could be heard in the air. The spirit energy in the air was being swallowed by the red tentacles. This is the bloodline of the evil ghost of the Ghost Clan? The 4 great ancient clans were slightly shocked. No, it's a little different. It seems even more evil. Before the tentacles got close, a foul stench greeted them. Su Yu's expression was calm, once again throwing a punch. This punch was a ball of crimson flames. It transformed into a palm-sized bird, which opened its mouth and swallowed. At once, the foul tentacles evaporated. A violent flame followed the tentacles, burning the arm of the figure. Shenying's expression changed. What kind of flame is that? He asked in shock. He didn't remember a flame being able to burn away the energy condensed from his blood essence out of thin air. But his reaction was fast. Clenching his teeth, he severed the fist of blood from his palm. Because of that, the giant bird struck his chest, causing him to retreat several steps. In this second exchange, Shenying retreated once again. The crowd was amazed. If the first move had forced Shenying back, it could be said that he had been caught off guard. But the second time was enough to explain the problem. Shenying's expression finally changed. He looked at Su Yu again, his expression grave. Who are you? I don't remember offending you. Su Yu's enmity made Shenying feel uneasy. Attack, continue, Su Yu said calmly. Seeing his opponent's attitude, Shenying's eyes flashed, his expression sincere. How about we consider this a draw? If we continue, we will expose our trump cards and enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. It will be very disadvantageous for us. There were many people who had the same thought. After they entered the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, there would definitely be conflict. If some of their trump cards were discovered, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Su Yu stopped in his tracks, slightly tempted. But at that moment, Shenying's eyes glowed with killing intent. Die! He shouted. He abruptly took out a blood-red feather from his sleeves. It was pulsing with spirit light, releasing a shocking pressure. This was a top-notch middle-grade divine artifact, on the same level as the Mountain River Dragon Bow. Furthermore, it was in a completely refined state. The feather released a scorching heat. It was a flame that was infinitely close to the origin. Its temperature was shockingly high. Chimph, challenging me? You chose the wrong person. Shun Ying let out a low roar, manically injecting spirit energy into the feather. The blood-red flames shot into the sky, turning into a sea of fire that engulfed Su Yu, who was caught off guard. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected Shun Ying to possess a top-notch middle-grade divine artifact. This was a level that even half-gods might not be able to obtain. Furthermore, the Lord of Darkness had chosen to launch a sneak attack. Although there was no rule against sneak attacks during the sparring session, it was still hard to accept such an act coming from the hands of the 7 Lords of Darkness. Looking at the sea of fire, Shun Ying wiped his battered face. His blood was a little pale, but his face was filled with mockery. All is fair in war. You will die sooner or later if you don't even have a brain. I am merely sending you on your way. Qin Jiuyang and Gang Daily's gazes turned cold. Gang Daily's eyes were filled with coldness. Why? Are we allowed to kill during a sparring session? These words were naturally directed at the 7 Lords of Darkness. The rest of the lords were silent. Even though they were all part of the 7 Lords of Darkness, they could not accept Shun Ying's actions. To launch a sneak attack and kill someone was too unscrupulous. Bai Luo raised his eyes, calmly saying, "Swords have no eyes." It was not intentional to kill someone by mistake. Why? Do you want revenge? He was lying through his teeth. That was a sure-kill attack. How could he say that he had made a mistake? Furthermore, he had cunningly accused Gang Daily of seeking revenge. If Gang Daily wanted to severely injure or kill someone from the 7 Lords of Darkness, he would have to think twice. With just a few words, he had turned the tables on Gang Daily. Gang Daily's eyes flashed with a cold light. Such tricks are useless against me. Since the 7 Lords of Darkness dared to kill someone, there is no need for me to hold back. You can say that I am seeking revenge. But if any of you meet me, do not blame me for killing you. Bai Luo's expression turned serious. You are too unreasonable, Scram. Who do you think you are to talk reason with me? I only have one principle. If you dare to do something, I will do the same to you. As for the cripple below, I will lend you his head for a while. I will personally kill you later. He had not interacted much with Su Yu, but he was a righteous person. If Su Yu died, he would definitely take revenge. Lord Shun Ying's expression turned rigid. The mockery on his face gradually froze, his eyelids twitching wildly. This person wanted to kill him for Su Yu. A shred of regret welled up in his heart. Bai Luo's expression was a little ugly. He muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Shun Ying, if you meet him, just admit defeat." The mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion had existed for a long time, and its dueling system was abnormally perfect. If one party admitted defeat, and the other party continued to pursue the other party, the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion would naturally punish the person who broke the rules. Hearing this, Lord Shun Ying's expression relaxed a little. His lips once again revealed a cold smile. In other words, he had already killed Su Yu. What could they do to him? However, at this moment, from within the raging flames, a light voice sounded, "Brother Daily, I appreciate your kindness. However, it is better to avenge one's own grudge." Everyone was shocked. He had not died within the raging flames. How was that possible? Pooh! The raging flames suddenly exploded. A crimson figure quickly flew out from within, turning into a fragmentary line as it closed in on Lord Shun Ying. Lord Shun Ying was caught off guard, and he was ruthlessly struck in the face. Thump! With a dull thud, everyone looked over to see Su Yu, his body covered in terrifying flames, stomping Lord Shun Ying's face into the ground. The temperature of the flames on his body was many times more terrifying than the raging flames from the blood-colored feather. Those flames could not harm Su Yu in the slightest. Assassin. Su Yu's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He lowered his head to look at Lord Shun Ying, who was being stepped on. He coldly said, "As always, this suits your despicable style. Unfortunately, I am no longer the me of the past. As for you, you are still the you of the past." Su Yu exerted force beneath his feet. The flames of the origin howled, enveloping Lord Shun Ying. Chapter 448. Actually, when Su Yu stepped on him with the flames of the origin, he had no chance of survival. Hence, The 7 Lords of Darkness did not even attack. Lord Shenying, ranked second among the 7 Lords of Darkness, had fallen just like that. The entire place was silent. Bai Luo's expression was sinister. You killed him. Su Yu calmly raised his eyes and fearlessly looked into his eyes. He then said calmly, yes, I killed him. I killed him on purpose. If you want revenge, you can find me anytime. His words were a stark contrast to Bai Luo's sophistry. Bai Luo's expression became even more sinister. Fine. I will take your life later. Su Yu's expression did not change. Anytime. Black Snow Devil King wins. With a light sound, the 4th dragon pattern of the 9 dragons below was activated. Su Yu alone had activated 3 patterns. At the same time, the golden dragon above his head grew from 3 inches long to 6 inches long. You have won 2 rounds consecutively. According to the rules, step down. The other person on your stone pillar will choose to challenge the next person. Hearing this, Su Yu flew back to the stone pillar. The gazes of the crowd toward Su Yu had completely changed. At this moment, no one doubted his title as the strongest fighter below the half-god level. He had easily killed Lord Shenying. Which human king would be able to fight against him? Qin Zhuyang's eyes were filled with respect. Brother Black Snow, you have hidden your abilities well. To think that you have cultivated the fire origin. The power of origin was also quite harmful to half-deities. Su Yu smiled modestly. I was just lucky. Gang Daily snickered and said, who knows, he might have even managed to cultivate the ice origin. Qin Zhuyang's heart trembled, and he took note of it. Brother Gang, are you going up, or should I? Qin Zhuyang asked. According to the rules, Su Yu had won 2 rounds consecutively. Hence, they still had the right to initiate the challenge. Gang Daily laughed. Is there a difference between you and me? Our opponents are only those 2. As half-gods, they naturally would not lower themselves to challenge the human kings. Let me do it. Qin Zhuyang smiled. His gaze moved back and forth between Long Wuxin and Lord Bai Luo. In the end, it landed on Lord Bai Luo. I heard that you've just become a demigod as well. You're in a similar situation as me. Challenging you is the most suitable choice. Bai Luo's eyes flashed. I couldn't ask for more. The 2 of them landed on the square and looked at each other for a moment from a distance of several hundred feet. Qin Zhuyang. Qin Zhuyang introduced himself, and his expression was slightly solemn. Lord Bai Luo's face was calm. Bai Luo, make your move. If you can last 10 moves, it will be considered your victory. Qin Zhuyang raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not feel that he was being insulted. Instead, since Lord Bai Luo was so confident, it could be seen that he definitely had a reason to be confident and a trump card. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Qin Zhuyang did not reject. Clang. Qin Zhuyang took off the jade crown on his head, and his long black hair scattered softly. His cultured and refined temperament suddenly had an additional sense of unrestrained wildness. From the jade crown in his hands, he took out an extremely thin and long hairpin. The hairpin looked extremely normal. However, after spiritual energy was inserted into it, it released an extremely strong spiritual pressure. It was impressively a top-notch middle-grade divine weapon. Be careful, Qin Zhuyang said, and he threw the divine artifact in his hands into the sky. At once, the illusionary images of 99 hairpins appeared in the sky. Every hairpin was extremely realistic, no different from a real hairpin. They released an extremely strong spiritual pressure. As Qin Zhuyang pointed with his finger, the 99 hairpins covered Bai Luo's head like a pear blossom rainstorm. The illusionary hairpin, which was hard to distinguish, had a shocking momentum. Su Yu was even more shocked. Divine artifacts could be used in such a manner. Bai Luo looked at the 99 hairpins that were shooting toward him calmly, and he actually had the leisure to comment. Not a bad divine artifact. Although they look like illusions, in reality, every single one of them is real. If you really treat a portion of them as illusions, you might die a terrible death. After his speech, he extended a finger and drew a circle in front of him. After which, a shocking scene appeared. The circle created a vortex out of thin air, and the hairpins that were shooting toward him were all swallowed by the vortex. Qin Zhuoyang's expression changed. Not only did Bai Luo see through the secret of the hairpins, he could also easily neutralize them. That strange circle actually swallowed all of the hairpins. What technique is this? No, this is not a technique. No, this wasn't a cultivation technique, it was a constitution. A constitution with innate space talent can swallow everything, Qin Zhuoyang said seriously. Bai Luo laughed indifferently. You have good eyesight, but you are only half right. My constitution is not only able to swallow space. It can also shift. Qin Zhuoyang was stunned. After which, his expression changed, and he abruptly shifted 100 zhong away from his original position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, just as he was about to leave, a vortex silently appeared behind him, and a dense number of hairpins shot out from it. That was Qin Zhuoyang's attack. Bai Luo had used his magical space powers to return all of his opponent's attack. Qin Zhuoyang's expression turned serious. As he was about to attack, his expression suddenly changed again. Without hesitation, he shifted another 30 zhong away. Behind him, a vortex appeared. However, what attacked him was not a weapon, but Bai Luo's palm. Looking closely, he realized that Bai Luo had his hands behind his back. From Qin Zhuoyang's angle, he naturally could not see that his hands were enveloped by a vortex. Su Yu was slightly shocked. He had also controlled a magical space power, and was misunderstood by others as having innate space talent. However, seeing Bai Luo with his own eyes, he knew how frightening a true innate space talent was. Even his body parts could be easily warped to another space to attack. It was extremely strange. Oh, your reaction is not bad. Lord Bai Luo laughed as he commented. Qin Zhuoyang felt the pressure increase. After thinking for some time, he took a light breath. Looks like I can only use my trump card. He pulled a strand of long hair from his head and wrapped it around his little finger. After which, Qin Zhuoyang muttered some words that he was not familiar with. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yu felt extremely uncomfortable and disgusted by them. Everyone present had the same expression, but did not understand why. Xia Jingyu waved her hands, and a water membrane appeared on her body. Ripples were visible to the naked eye on the water membrane, as if something invisible was hitting the water membrane. Xia Jingyu looked at Qin Xiana and Su Yu, transmitting her voice to them at the same time. Every clan of the 8 great ancient clans has their own specialties. The Yu clan specializes in controlling demonic beasts, the Tu clan specializes in refining divine weapons, and the Qin clan specializes in curse techniques. Curse techniques do not originate from the Zhenlong continent. As for where they came from, we have yet to verify. While Su Yu secretly admired Lord Yi Yu's knowledge, he was also secretly surprised. Curse techniques. What kind of thing was that? As he muttered the incantation, the strand of hair on Qin Zhuoyang's little finger disappeared strangely, turning into nothingness. However, at the next moment, that strand of hair appeared on Bai Luo's little finger. Bai Luo's indifferent expression finally had some changes. Without thinking, he shook the strand of hair into pieces. However, on his little finger, there was an imprint of a strand of hair being wrapped around it. What a strange secret technique. Bai Luo stopped underestimating Qin Zhuoyang. With a thought, a vortex appeared under Qin Zhuoyang's feet. A bolt of penetrating spirit energy shot out suddenly. What was strange was that Qin Zhuoyang smiled, but did not avoid it. The bottom of his feet was hit at once, and a dull thud could be heard. It seemed like the bottom of his feet had been pierced through. However, Lord Bai Luo's expression changed abruptly, and his facial features became slightly distorted. That was a distortion caused by pain. When he lowered his head to take a look, his right foot had been pierced through, and fresh blood flowed out continuously. As for Qin Zhuoyang's foot, it was completely unharmed. Su Yu's pupils dilated slightly. The strangeness of the curse techniques caused one to gasp in admiration. It was clear that the person who was injured just now was Qin Zhuoyang, but the damage had been completely transferred to Bai Luo. A thread of anger appeared in Bai Luo's eyes, and he gave a cold hum. All right. I was careless. I do not need to hold back anymore. Creak, 9 vortexes suddenly appeared in the space and time around Qin Zhuoyang, sealing off all of his escape routes. Bai Luo creased his brows. Since Bai Luo knew that he would return the damage if he was injured, what was the meaning of Bai Luo's action? Bai Luo's expression was cold, and he took out 9 fine, dazzling steel needles from his chest. Each of them was a middle-grade divine artifact. He tossed them into the air, and an extremely weak space energy appeared around the 9 steel needles, enveloping them. When they appeared again, they were among the 9 space vortexes that imprisoned Qin Zhuoyang. The 9 steel needles shot out from 9 directions, and they wanted to pierce through Qin Zhuoyang's heart and kill him. Bai Luo said coldly, "All spells are carried out with the life of the caster. Once the caster dies, the spell will also be undone. If I were to kill you on the spot, the spell would naturally come into contact with you. The damage that you have suffered would naturally not be transferred to me." Qin Zhuoyang's pupils dilated. It was obvious that his secret had been exposed. "Stop, I." Feeling death approaching, Qin Zhuoyang admitted defeat on the spot. However, Bai Luo's eyes flashed with murderous intents. The steel needles shot out explosively at twice the speed, piercing through Qin Zhuoyang's heart. He did not give Qin Zhuoyang any chance to admit defeat. This person's ruthlessness could be seen clearly. However, what made Bai Luo's expression turn grave was that the body of Qin Zhuoyang, who had been attacked, became blurry and turned into a palm-sized scarecrow. 9 steel needles were pierced into his body. As for Qin Yushan, who was beside Su Yu, the scarecrow in his hands suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was Qin Zhuoyang, who had appeared out of thin air. This was another type of curse technique. The battle between the two of them was an eye-opener for Su Yu. Especially Qin Zhuoyang's curse technique, which made everyone exclaim in admiration. If the person who was trapped by the strand of hair did not have the ability to kill Qin Zhuoyang instantly, he would most likely be killed by Qin Zhuoyang. Furthermore, even if he could kill Qin Zhuoyang instantly, he still had the strange life-saving technique of the substitute puppet. Everyone in the audience stared at Qin Zhuoyang, extremely fearful. Even Long Wuxin's gaze, when she looked at Qin Zhuoyang, had an additional tinge of fear. Although Qin Zhuoyang had been defeated, no one dared to doubt his battle abilities. Of course, Bai Luo's innate space talent was also abnormal, especially when he released 9 space vortexes consecutively, instantly restricting his opponent, making him unable to move. After which, he used the 9 divine artifact steel needles to kill his opponent. If not for Qin Zhuoyang's magical life-saving technique of the substitute puppet, once one fell into the vortexes, it would be the same as being marked with the label of death. As expected, strong martial artists of half-gods were not to be provoked. Lord Bai Luo wins. The 5th dragon on the 9-dragon pattern on the ground suddenly lit up. On top of Lord Bai Luo's head, a golden dragon that was 6 inches long appeared. Only 1 dragon pattern? Bai Luo had a thoughtful expression, obviously not satisfied with the result. The intensity of the battle just now should have far exceeded that of Su Yu. Unexpectedly, the result was not satisfactory. The sloppy old man's eyes glowed. "Oh, the 5th dragon pattern has been activated. Not bad, it is stronger than the time 10,000 years ago. Next, let's see if the 6th dragon pattern can be activated. Once it is activated, the resources of the place transported to will be comparable to the geniuses of Jojo. Only then will there be a possibility of breaking through to the fairy realm." The whispers of the audience stopped abruptly as Bai Luo raised his head. Next, it was Bai Luo's turn to challenge. That kind of mysterious space secret technique would kill anyone who came into contact with it. "Bai Luo, how about I fight you?" Gang Daily opened his eyes, the light on the surface of his body dispersing, faintly revealing his true form. Su Yu had known Gang Daily for a long time, but had only seen his incarnation. He had never seen his true form. "Humph. Your stone pillars have fought enough. It is time for us to fight." Long Wuxin's cold eyes swept over, not allowing any argument. Bai Luo ignored the two of them, his cold eyes looking straight at Su Yu. "You still think you can get lucky? Even without my reminder, you should know that it is time for you to come down." The person he wanted to challenge was undoubtedly Su Yu. Moreover, he was challenging Su Yu with the intention to kill. "Who are you talking to?" A cold voice came from behind Bai Luo. Bai Luo turned his head to look, slightly shocked. Su Yu was actually behind him. When he looked at Su Yu, who was on the stone pillar, he became blurry, gradually dispersing. It was a fragmentary shadow. Chapter 449. Bai Luo turned to look. Su Yu was 1,000 feet behind him. He wore a transparent cloak, his blood-colored hair moving without any wind. His eyes, as clear as the starry sky, emitted an indescribable coldness. Insignificant tricks, Bai Luo calmly said, standing in his original position with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. You have done something foolish. Su Yu observed the person in front of him. Ling Xiaotian's current predicament was all thanks to this person. Shen Ying was merely carrying out his orders. The real culprit was Bai Luo, an ambitious person who wanted to control the Empire of Darkness. If you want to fight, then fight, Su Yu shouted. I cannot help you become the King of Darkness. Bai Luo's gaze turned cold. It was not a secret that he coveted the position of the King of Darkness. But knowing was one thing, and saying it out loud was another. The Empire of Darkness is not a place you can defame. Be prepared to bear the consequences. Bai Luo let out a cold grunt. Su Yu laughed, his laughter a little maniacal and wanton. Defame? Ha ha ha, there are not many people in this world who have the right to defame the Empire of Darkness. I am one of them. As a deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness, he clearly had no intention of rebelling. However, he was forced to leave the Empire of Darkness and live in seclusion. If he did not have the right, how many people did? Hey! These words caused many people to be secretly astonished. Why did it seem like the Black Snow Devil King had some sort of unknown relationship with the Empire of Darkness in the past? Thinking back to Su Yu's indistinct hostility toward Shen Ying, as well as his current attitude, they could not help but suspect the identity and background of the Black Snow Devil King. But the Empire of Darkness had influence all over the world. They did not know how many enemies they had, and it was difficult to ascertain when the Black Snow Devil King had formed a grudge with the Empire of Darkness. Thus, after thinking for a moment, they became even more suspicious of Su Yu's background. Bai Luo's expression turned cold. No matter who you are, and no matter what grudges you have with the Empire of Darkness, since you are standing here today, I can only represent the Empire of Darkness to wipe you off the face of this world. Su Yu coldly said, say that if you have the ability. Before he could finish his sentence, his body had already moved 30 zhong away. A vortex silently appeared on the ground under his feet, and a pair of palms shot out from it. It was a powerful attack from a demigod. With Su Yu's human king body, his body would be shattered in an instant, and he would be killed with a single strike. Humph! His reaction was not slow. But this is the end. Bai Luo clasped his hands behind his back and stood at his original position, not moving in the slightest. However, a vortex appeared near Su Yu's body, which had just landed, and enveloped his head within it. A finger shot out from the vortex, intending to pierce through Su Yu's head. It was an extremely ruthless move. However, Su Yu was already prepared for this. As if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park, although he was in the air, a flight of stairs formed from ice appeared under his feet. Su Yu, who was in midair, tapped the ground with the tip of his toes and used the force to change his direction in midair, easily avoiding the vortex above his head. However, just as his body turned, another vortex silently appeared on his chest. 3 vortexes appeared one after the other. It was impossible to guard against them. Qin Jiuyang, who was at the spectators' platform, secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Such a swift and fierce space attack, even a slight mistake would result in a life-and-death crisis. It was extremely dangerous. The rest of the people also broke out in cold sweat for Su Yu. Seeing that the vortex could not be avoided, a shocking scene appeared. It was as if Su Yu already knew where the next vortex would appear. A flight of ice stairs once again appeared under his feet. He tapped the ground with the tip of his toes, and used the force of the rebound to easily avoid the vortex. From the beginning to the end, his movements were as smooth as flowing water, and he did not panic in the slightest. Bai Luo's expression finally changed. You can see through the changes in space in advance. His opponent could no longer be explained by his sensitive senses. His actions, which seemed to be able to predict the future, were enough to show that his strange space secret technique had been seen through by Suyu in advance. It was not realistic for him to rely on a strange method to kill Suyu. Suyu remained silent, his feet landing on the ground. Crack, Bai Luo's expression suddenly changed. His shoulder slipped, and he moved 100 Chinese feet away in a hurry. At the place where he had been standing, a 30 Chinese foot long sharp icicle grew from the ground, piercing through the ground like a long spear. If not for the fact that Bai Luo had reached the half-god realm and could sense heaven and earth, he might have been pierced through on the spot. But Bai Luo had just moved away when the water vapor in the air in front of him suddenly turned into tiny ice shards, condensing into many tiny ice needles, which pierced toward Bai Luo. At such a close distance, Suyu could not avoid it. Seeing that Bai Luo's heart was about to be pierced by the 10,000 needles, a huge vortex appeared around Bai Luo's body. The ice needles, which were attacking him, were all swallowed in one breath. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. When the space secret technique was used to such a level, it was as if he had an undying body. He could dissolve any attack. What was even more shocking was that the Black Snow Devil King, a mere Heaven Master level existence, could exchange blows with a half-god like Bai Luo. Most importantly, Bai Luo's abilities were among the top of the half-gods. Qin Yushan looked at the scene in front of him, his expression turning pale. It turned out that the Black Snow Devil King was so powerful. Bai Luo's expression was a little ugly. He had wanted to end the battle quickly and kill the Black Snow Devil King with lightning speed to take revenge for Shen Ying and save his face. But he did not expect the Black Snow Devil King to be even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. This is the end. Bai Luo let out a low grunt. 6 vortexes appeared at the same time, surrounding Suyu within them. At the same time, the 6 vortexes shot out ice needles that filled the sky. It looked like they wanted to return the favor to Bai Luo. Such a scene was even more dangerous for Qin Jiuyang. Suyu still wore a relaxed expression. With a flash of cold energy on the surface of his body, the ice needles that filled the sky turned into cold energy that filled the sky, returning to Suyu's body. Dispersing the attack easily, Long Wuxin's phoenix eyes were filled with battle intent. Cultivating ice techniques to such a high level is indeed extraordinarily powerful. I wonder what it would be like if it were to reach the origin. The rest of the people were also shocked. The Black Snow Devil King had cultivated both ice and fire techniques. His fire techniques had been cultivated to the extreme, and he had successfully cultivated the origin. His attainments in ice techniques were also so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Just by relying on ice techniques, he could cause Bai Luo to be unable to attack him. After absorbing the cold energy, Suyu took a step forward and walked out of the confinement of the 6 vortexes. Bai Luo had a ferocious look on his face. I admit that I have underestimated you. You should be proud to be able to fight to this point. After saying this, Bai Luo secretly let out a breath. With a thought, a powerful space ripple radiated from his body. At once, 9 vortexes of space appeared around Suyu. Each vortex sealed off one direction, and the distance between them was less than 10 feet. They forced Suyu into a narrow space that was 20 feet wide. Any random movement would cause him to come into contact with the vortexes, and he would be torn apart by them. This was the secret technique that had defeated Qin Jiuyang. No one had expected Suyu to force Bai Luo to such a state. With a whooshing sound, Bai Luo took out 9 middle-grade divine artifact long needles. As he tossed the needles, a space ripple appeared on the surface of the 9 needles. When they appeared again, they were within the 9 vortexes of space, piercing through Suyu. Qin Jiuyang had barely saved his life with this move. It is too late for you to surrender now. Bai Luo was filled with murderous intents. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the 9 needles turned into a broken thread as they pierced through Suyu. Ding, ding, ding. However, as the crowd was in an uproar, the bloody scene of Suyu's heart being pierced did not appear. Instead, there was the crisp sound of the needles colliding. The 9 needles did not pierce through Suyu. Instead, they collided with an extremely hard object, and all of them fell to the ground. Look, what is on his body? Someone immediately noticed that a black armor had appeared on Su Yu's body. The armor was completely black, and it gave off a pitch-black glow. There were 2 barbs extending from the 2 sides of the shoulder armor, and there was a picture of a ferocious beast's head on the chest. The entire armor looked quite extraordinary. The 9 middle-grade divine artifact steel needles did not even leave a mark on the armor when they struck it. Bai Luo's expression changed. What armor is that? Even if it is a high-grade divine artifact, it is impossible for it to not leave a mark. Qin Jiuyang, Gang Daily, and Long Wuxin were shocked at the same time. What level of treasure was an armor that even a middle-grade divine artifact could not do anything to? The sloppy old Daoist priest's drunken eyes suddenly shot out a sharp glint. This is. Why is it in the Zhenlong continent? The purple-robed man covered himself, and his pair of dark red eyes shot out a beam of light abruptly. My eternal stone king armor. I had thought that it was destroyed in the battle that day. To think that it still exists in this world. Even though there is a hole in it, and it is only a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, if I can find the eternal stone, it is not impossible to mend it. Moreover, this armor is actually in the hands of this little brat. He, even the heavens are helping me. Su Yu let out a satisfied expression. Even though he knew that a middle-grade divine artifact could not injure him, it had not even left a mark on him. The defensive power of this armor was still within his expectations. With a grab, the 9 middle-grade divine artifact steel needles that had fallen to the ground were grabbed by Su Yu's palm. Sensing the 9 steel needles, he realized that the 9 steel needles contained the imprints of other people. This meant that Bai Luo had not refined them, but had simply used the sharpness of the middle-grade divine artifact. These 9 steel needles should belong to a set of treasures. If he could find a way to refine them, the power that they could unleash might not lose to a high-grade divine artifact. With a thought, Su Yu kept the 9 steel needles in his robes, and he secretly transferred them into the cosmos mirror. My divine artifact. Bai Luo's expression turned pale, and his expression turned sinister. Very well. Not only will I take your life, but I will also make you spit out all of my things. Su Yu looked toward him, his expression turning cold. Wait until you have the ability to kill me. Chapter 450. At once, the vortex in front of Su Yu silently exploded, releasing a large amount of space energy. Creak, when Su Yu's sleeve came into contact with it, a shocking scene occurred. The sleeve disappeared on the spot. Yes, it disappeared. It did not turn into ashes or nothingness, but simply disappeared on the spot. If it had come into contact with Su Yu's body, his body parts would have been taken away by the space energy. And the large amount of remaining space energy would have been enough to tear Su Yu into pieces, leaving not even his bones behind. But after exploding a vortex, Bai Luo gave a grunt, his face turning a little pale. In the face of danger, Su Yu became calmer. Without thinking, he casually released a bolt of ice energy, striking the vortex above his head, as if he wanted to shatter it and escape. Bai Luo let out a cold laugh. If my space vortex could be broken so easily, the people who have lost to me would be dreaming. But the ice energy that shot into the vortex was like a clay ox entering the sea, never to return. Su Yu looked at the changes, understanding. As he weaved signs with both hands, he calmly said, that might not be the case. The energy that space can hold is not limitless. As long as the power of the technique is greater than what the space vortex can handle, it will naturally collapse. Bai Luo's pupils dilated, a look of surprise flashing past his face. The person who heard him noticed Bai Luo's expression, his heart thumping. Su Yu was right. This technique was not without a solution. If the space vortex was so easy to break, would you even have the chance to try? Bai Luo let out a grunt. Su Yu said calmly without hesitation, if I am not wrong, the space energy that you can use is limited. If you used all of your space energy to create a vortex, I am afraid that only the fairy realm would be able to disperse the vortex. However, you have divided your space energy into 9 parts, so the space energy contained in each vortex will be 10 times weaker. A half-god's power should be able to disperse it. Come out. Su Yu let out a low grunt. His body glowed with a red light, and a dark green shadow clone appeared. Its body was filled with a powerful fire origin. Although it did not have any aura, it gave people a fearful feeling. The dark red shadow clasped her palms together, forming a vortex of fireball between her palms. The power of the origin surged out. Bai Luo's expression turned serious. Although the origin is powerful, it is too arrogant to think that it can break open the space whirlpool. Me too, Su Yu said calmly as he stood next to his clone. Both of his palms were joined together, and a pale ice ball was rotating rapidly. "PH, you haven't condensed your origin source yet, so it's useless to me, is that so?" Su Yu said indifferently. The ice divine herb beside his dantian suddenly shone with a cold light. The spinning ice ball in his palm immediately radiated an extremely terrifying aura. The ripples swept across the center of the square, causing the 5 stone pillars to crack and solidify. The expressions of the people on the stone pillars changed drastically as they used their spiritual energy to protect themselves. Ice Dao origin. He has also condensed the Ice Dao origin. Gasps could be heard coming from the stone pillars. If a martial artist wanted to cultivate a certain attribute to the extreme and condense an origin, it would require a lifetime of effort and great luck. However, Su Yu, who was only 17 years old, had successfully cultivated 2 types of origins. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the Zhenlong continent. Su Yu's main body was the Ice Dao origin, while his clone was the Fire Dao origin. The 2 energy balls of the origins, which had completely different attributes, were rotating rapidly. Go! Su Yu gave a low grunt. At once, the 2 energy balls revolved around each other, shooting into the space vortex above his head. At once, the vortex alternated between white and red. The 2 colors alternated continuously, flickering rapidly. The whole space vortex shook continuously, expanding and contracting rapidly, like a beating heart. Thump! The crack in the space was destroyed on the spot by the 2 extreme attributes. After creating a gap, Su Yu took advantage of the fact that the remaining space energy had not spread toward him to take a step out. Puu, Bai Luo, whose face was already pale, turned red in an instant after the second crack in the space was destroyed. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. However, it did not stop there. A sharp ice spear suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Even though Bai Luo was injured, his reaction was extremely fast, moving several Chinese feet away. However, while he was still in the air, a fireball, which was rotating rapidly, shot out from the ground abruptly. Bai Luo's expression changed. He grabbed with his 5 fingers, and the remaining 7 space vortexes disappeared at once. The space energy within the vortexes was instantly absorbed back into his body, surging out quickly and appearing on the surface of his body. The fireball struck the space vortex on the surface of his body, like a clay ox entering the sea. However, Bai Luo had just heaved a sigh of relief when a blood-red ghost face shot out from beneath his feet, biting toward him ferociously. Bai Luo's expression changed greatly. There was actually a third attack. Caught off guard, his calf was bitten by the ghost face. With a roar of pain, a portion of the space energy on the surface of Bai Luo's calf was swallowed. Furthermore, a small piece of his flesh had been bitten off. The blood-red ghost face was chewing greedily, giving off an evil aura. Evil ghost energy. Bai Luo's expression was extremely gloomy. After stopping the bleeding, he retreated 1,000 Chinese feet, glaring at Su Yu with extreme hatred. The crowd gasped. The Black Snow Devil King had actually gained the upper hand. Long Wuxin creased her brows. This Black Snow Devil King has many tricks up his sleeves, making him difficult to deal with. Even a normal half-god could be defeated by him. Gang Daily laughed out loud. Interesting. My brother's bloodline of the evil ghost can swallow all cultivation and flesh in the world. Bai Luo's space physique is contained within the bloodline, so it can be restrained by the evil ghost's power. Su Yu withdrew the bloodline of the evil ghost. His clear eyes revealed a shred of evil energy. Not much. With such abilities, you think you can rule the empire of darkness and command the world? His merciless sarcasm reverberated throughout the spacious plaza. Bai Luo was furious. He knew that, with his magical space abilities, no one in the same generation as him could defeat him. However, Su Yu had countered him, making it difficult for him to use his full power. That's enough. Bai Luo let out a cold grunt, once again activating his space energy. Su Yu used his soul eyes to see through all the changes in his surroundings. He could detect with a glance where the ripples of space were abnormal. Hence, before the space vortex was formed, Su Yu could avoid it in advance. However, a half-god's perception of heaven and earth was extremely profound. Bai Luo could also sense Su Yu's attack quickly, narrowly avoiding it. The two of them exchanged blows, their figures crisscrossing. Ice and fire origins, as well as magical space abilities, clashed intensely in the narrow space. However, neither of them could defeat the other. Qin Yushan looked at Su Yu with respect. He was convinced from the bottom of his heart. He could not help but ask, "Brother Jiuyang, if you were to fight with Su Yu, what are the chances of you winning?" "What are the chances of me winning?" Qin Jiuyang repeated. If it had been before, Qin Yushan would have asked how many moves Su Yu could take from Qin Jiuyang. But now, he was asking if he had any chances of winning against Su Yu. Qin Jiuyang thought for a moment before slowly saying, "More losses than wins." Surprisingly, Qin Yushan did not refute him. Instead, he nodded. Black Snow Devil King is indeed unusually strong. At this moment, the two of them had exchanged over 100 moves. Between the two of them, no one was able to completely defeat the other. Chapter 451. 100 moves have passed. It is a draw. Please leave the arena. The two people who were fighting were not surprised and naturally retreated. Only half of the 6th dragon pattern on the pattern beneath their feet had lit up. The two of them had fought for such a long time, but only half of the 6th pattern had been activated. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. This level of fighting has already surpassed the previous battle between two half-gods, Long Fighting said in shock. But only half of it has been activated. Is there a mistake? Long Wuxin looked at Su Yu. That is not the case. You can tell by looking at the changes above their heads. The golden dragon above Su Yu's head, which was originally 6 inches long, instantly doubled in size, becoming 15 inches long. Its entire body glowed with a golden light. Bai Luo, on the other side, also grew 9 inches, becoming 15 inches long. The growth of the dragon is far greater than in the battle with Qin Jiuyang, the old man said. This means that the battle between the two of them is much more intense. The 6th gate is harder to open than expected. The sloppy old man's eyes gradually brightened. This generation's abilities are much stronger than the one 10,000 years ago. They have not fought many battles, but they have already succeeded in activating half of the 6th pattern. It seems that opening the 6th pattern may not be impossible. Long Juexin's face was filled with shock. His gaze toward Black Snow Devil King became even more cautious. This lad had hidden such shocking abilities. It was truly unexpected. Thinking back to that day in the Heavenly Law Alliance, if he had truly fought, he might not have been able to subdue him in 1 or 2 moves. Both of you have left the arena. According to the rules, the two parties in a draw lose the right to continue challenging each other. From the other 3 stone pillars, the stone pillar with the fewest attacks will choose one person to fight. Up until now, only the people from the 4 great ancient clans and the purple-robed man had not fought. Very quickly, a person descended. He had long green hair and small eyes. He was the genius fighter from the She clan. He had the aura of a top-notch human king, and his abilities were no weaker than Long Fighting's. He looked around, and when his gaze swept past Su Yu, it almost skipped over him. He did not hesitate in the slightest. Although the Black Snow Devil King had snatched the She clan's congratulatory gift during the wedding, he did not have the slightest intention of stealing it. In the hearts of most human kings, Su Yu was a strong martial artist similar to a half-god. In the end, his gaze landed on Qin Yushan. Just as he was about to speak, he received a notification from the plaza. The first challenger cannot choose the loser. Once he said this, his expression turned ugly. He once again chose someone he thought was weaker. Finally, his gaze landed on Lord Yi Yu, who was ranked 7th among the 7 Lords of Darkness. "You, come down and fight." The 7 Lords of Darkness revealed playful expressions at the same time. Yi Yu chuckled, then floated down. Her figure was elegant and her demeanor was moving. "All right, make your move." Lord Yi Yu's plain and clean hands formed a seal each, preparing for battle. "My name is Shijie." "Sorry for the offense," Shijie said and disappeared. Many human flesh eyes lost track of Shijie. What a fast identity. As expected of the Shi clan of the 8 great ancient clans. In terms of attainments in movement techniques, it is difficult for any faction to catch up. On the stone pillar, Long Wuxin could not help but nod slightly in praise. The other experts were also in an uproar. Su Yu was slightly surprised. Even with his soul eyes, he could only faintly see a dark green afterimage, which was extremely blurry. Even the half-gods present could not match this person's speed. In terms of movement techniques, this person could be ranked number 1. In the blink of an eye, the 100 zhong distance between the two of them was closed. But Xia Jingyu did not seem to have time to react, still maintaining her position as she formed a seal. "It's over." Shijie let out a low grunt. From the void, a palm strangely extended, slashing toward Yi Yu's neck. But at this moment, Yi Yu's lips formed a slight smile. Her fingers formed a seal, spinning at an unbelievable speed. The surface of her body suddenly became hazy. Multiple water dragons suddenly appeared from within her body, catching her opponent off guard. Shijie was shocked. Without another word, he formed another seal, his movement technique becoming blurry as he escaped the entanglement. But at this moment, Yi Yu formed another seal in an almost negligible amount of time. A curtain of water descended from the sky, turning into a cage that enveloped Shijie. Without waiting for Shijie to react, another attack came. His expression changed, and he passively defended himself. But just as he was defending himself, 10 different types of attacks came from all directions. Shijie was flustered, and he was carelessly sent flying. But that was not the end. Almost 20 attacks descended once again. The entire battle arena was filled with Yi Yu's attacks. Water splashed everywhere, and it was a shocking sight. Shijie's face turned pale, and he was frightened. "I admit defeat." With a loud roar, his body flashed, and he was sent back to the stone pillar. Lord Yi Yu wins. A 5-inch golden dragon appeared above her head. This was almost equivalent to a battle between half-gods. The 7 lords of darkness snickered secretly. This is interesting. Of all the people he could have chosen, he chose Yi Yu. Apart from Bai Luo, no one else in the 7 lords of darkness is a match for her. Everyone present was secretly shocked. That terrifying speed of forming seals, as well as the ability to use 30 different techniques in an instant, was truly amazing. Yi Yu looked around, her gaze landing on Long Wuxin. "We are both female cultivators. Let's fight." Long Wuxin was the female genius with the highest chance of advancing to the fairy realm. Long Wuxin looked interested. "If it was someone else challenging me, I might not have bothered. But you are indeed interesting." Whoosh! Long Wuxin had been sitting just a moment ago. The next moment, she appeared opposite Yi Yu with her hands behind her back. Her long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. At that moment, she exuded an unparalleled aura, as if she was an empress, ruling over the world. "Make your move. I'll give you 3 breaths time." Yi Yu's expression was calm. 3 breaths is enough to determine the victor. Yi Yu formed seals with both hands, once again using her miraculous speed of forming seals, as well as her countless attack techniques, to shock the entire arena. In just 3 breaths' time, a total of 90 attacks covered the entire arena. There were all sorts of attacks, dazzling and shocking. There were even Stage 3 immortal level techniques among them. A total of 90 attacks were released at the same time, which was equivalent to 90 human kings attacking at the same time. Bai Luo, Qin Jiuyang, and Gang Daily, who were watching, were all shocked. Even they would find it difficult to defend against such an attack. But Long Wuxin, who was in the midst of it, was calm, her eyes filled with battle intent. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was extremely blurry, and seemed to be an incomparably huge box. Creak! The box opened abruptly, and a blinding golden light filled the entire arena. There were also countless powerful auras sweeping out. Waves of destructive energy, which caused one's skin to crawl, radiated in all directions. Even the half-gods present could not look directly at the blinding golden light. Even with Su Yu's soul eyes, his soul still felt a slight pain when he looked at it. But in the blur, Su Yu could clearly see the situation within the box. There were countless divine artifacts within. There were more than 1,000 divine artifacts densely packed together. Yes, thousands of divine artifact. Kill. Following Long Wuxin's high-spirited finger, hundreds of glittering golden divine artifacts flew out from within the box. All of them displayed shocking battle abilities. With a sweep, the 90 attacks that Yi Yu had formed were instantly dispersed. Yi Yu's face turned pale, looking at the golden box. She could not help but exclaim, "It is rumored that the Heavenly Law Alliance has an ancient box that can store divine weapons that have appeared over the past 10,000 years. But this ancient box has a powerful spiritual intelligence and is never controlled by anyone. To think that you have successfully controlled it." The sloppy old man's eyes glowed. "My goodness, even fairies like us cannot control this item. This lass is only a half-god, yet she managed to tame it. If this were to spread, the entire continent would be shocked. A divine artifact that even fairies could not control. What kind of existence was that?" All of the geniuses present, faced with the absolute suppression brought by the ancient box, were fearful. "I've lost." Yi Yu smiled politely, then gracefully returned to her stone pillar. A 10-inch golden dragon instantly appeared above Long Wuxin's head. Su Yu had only managed to form it to 15 inches in 3 battles, but Long Wuxin had managed to do so in 1 battle. Her battle abilities were extremely strong. But the pattern beneath her feet did not show any signs of activity. It still looked like it was only half-activated. If she wanted to fully activate it, she needed a stronger challenge. "The purple-robed man over there, come down. Only I can fight here." Long Wuxin looked toward the mysterious purple-robed man without hesitation. Speaking of which, this person had never fought before. Even his name was unknown. "I admit defeat." But the purple-robed man did not even think, admitting defeat on the spot. Bai Qi admits defeat. Yi Yu wins. The golden dragon above her head grew by 3 inches. Long Wuxin creased her brows. She looked at her opponent deeply, then flew back to her stone pillar. "Next, the stone pillar that has not fought yet," she said. Among the 5 stone pillars, only the purple-robed man, Bai Qi, had not fought. He did not even have the chance to admit defeat. "Since I must fight, I shall give it a try," Bai Qi sighed, descending normally. Bai Qi sighed and descended in a very normal manner. He pointed his finger at Bai Luo and said, "You can come down." Bai Luo's expression turned grave. This person did not dare accept Long Wuxin's challenge. Instead, he challenged him by name. To Bai Luo, this was naked. 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 Disdain. "All right, I will fight you to the end." Bai Luo flew down. His feet had only just stabilized when a spatial vortex appeared behind Bai Qi. A pair of fists extended from the vortex, ruthlessly slamming toward his back. The attack was cunning, sudden, and ruthless. But Bai Qi seemed to have sensed it. His brows did not move, but he wore a disdainful smile. Bang! Bai Luo's sneak attack was successful, ruthlessly attacking Bai Qi's back. A loud sound could be heard, followed by a grunt. But Bai Qi stood at his original position, not moving an inch. The one retreating was Bai Luo. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle, and he cried out in shock, "Your physical body, impossible. Could you be a fairy?" Bai Qi laughed mockingly, "Why don't you try again?" Chapter 452. Bai Luo's expression changed, not daring to be careless. He retracted the space energy he had released into his body, forming a giant space vortex on the surface of his body. This was Bai Qi's life-saving technique, making him almost undefeatable. Creak, however, the purple afterimage attacked. Upon contact, the space vortex froze for a moment, then was destroyed on the spot. A black palm mercilessly struck Bai Luo's chest. Crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Bai Luo's eyes were wide open, blood spurting from his mouth. His body was like a broken thread as he flew out of the plaza. The sloppy old man's gaze turned serious. He waved his sleeves, catching the flying Bai Luo. His old eyes flickered with bewilderment as he stared at Bai Qi. "Are you from the Zhenlong continent?" These words caused everyone present to be horrified. For him to say such words, it meant that the purple-robed man in front of them was a strong martial artist of the same level as the sloppy old man. Bai Qi laughed. "I have no interest in a desolate place like the Zhenlong continent. You can be at ease." The sloppy old man's gaze flickered, but he sat down again. "I hope so." Bai Qi's power shocked everyone present. As for Su Yu, he was almost certain that the half-god, whose body was ridiculously strong, was the Ghost King. Thinking back to how he had been chased by the Ghost King, Su Yu could not help but feel fortunate. The Ghost King's abilities were more frightening than he had imagined. Inadvertently, Su Yu touched the cosmos mirror on his chest. There was a bloody arm lying quietly in it. Not using the arm of the Ghost King was the wisest decision, Su Yu thought to himself. Even though he had cooperated with the Ghost King, he was still extremely wary of him. How would he dare use the arm? If he could not guarantee that he could suppress the Ghost King, Su Yu would definitely not try to use the arm. Creek, a 14-inch-long golden dragon suddenly appeared above Bai Qi's head. The dragon-shaped pattern beneath his feet, the sixth pattern that had not been activated for a long time, suddenly lit up. Even half of the seventh pattern had been activated. Bai Qi's battle alone had achieved such an effect. At that moment, a faint voice came from the plaza. "The sixth level space has opened. The mysterious heavenly battle has ended." The sudden voice stunned everyone present. How could it end? We haven't even started the competition yet. More than 50% of the people present hadn't even tried a battle. It was unexpected for it to end so suddenly. A glint flashed across the sloppy old man's eyes, and his face darkened. Humph. It was really fair. In the heavenly secret battle of the 9 provinces, everyone will have the opportunity to spar with everyone else, ensuring that the dragon-shaped pattern is activated to its fullest extent. However, the Zhenlong continent forcefully stopped the competition when the sixth pattern was activated. They are afraid that the people of the Zhenlong continent will occupy even more resources. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion seemed to have been affected by someone, causing both sides to be extremely unfair. Based on the current situation, they might even be able to activate the seventh dragon pattern. At this moment, a voice resounded from the plaza. "Activating the 6 dragon marks will allow you to teleport to the 6th level of the divine pavilion. Now, confirm the battle situation of the 5 stone pillars." The first stone pillar, 20 inches. The ones who had accumulated the most golden royals were naturally the 7 lords of darkness. Bai Luo himself had 15 inches, while Lord Yi Yu had 5 inches. The second stone pillar, 16 inches. This was the accumulation of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Long Wuxin had obtained 13 inches from 2 battles, and Long Fighting had obtained 3 inches from defeating Qin Yushan. The third stone pillar, 15 inches. Su Yu had obtained 15 inches alone. Qin Jiuyang had been defeated in 1 battle, and Su Yu had won 3 battles consecutively. The fourth stone pillar, 14 inches. Bai Qi had obtained 14 inches in 1 battle. The fifth stone pillar, 0. The 4 great ancient clans had only fought once, and they had been defeated. Naturally, their scores were 0. Since many of you have yet to fight, for the sake of fairness, you can fight each other for the golden royals in the next hour. The loser will have half of their golden royals taken by their opponent. After an hour, the person with the most golden royals will be determined, as well as the official ranking of the 5 stone pillars. At that moment, the expressions of the people on the 5 stone pillars changed. This meant that a chaotic battle would occur between the 5 stone pillars. More importantly, the plaza had not announced the rules. This meant that it did not matter even if they killed each other. The sloppy old man's eyes were filled with a cold smile, a shred of anger filling his face. Humph. The geniuses of Jojo are humans, but the people of the Zhenlong continent are worse than beasts. Everyone could see that this was an attempt to force the people of the Zhenlong continent to kill each other. All of you, listen up. You can fight for the golden royals, but you are not allowed to kill. If you go against this, Don't blame me for being merciless." The sloppy old man let out a cold grunt. Su Yu was secretly grateful. If not for his words, the entire place would have been dyed in blood. Hearing this, the expressions of the people on the 5 stone pillars changed. Who would dare ignore the warning of a fairy realm cultivator? Begin. A voice came from the plaza. But the people in the plaza were strangely calm. No one made a move. The 4 great ancient clans did not have golden royals, so naturally, no one attacked them. Furthermore, their abilities were not enough to fight against any of the other 4 stone pillars. Hence, no one bothered with them, and they did not dare provoke anyone else. As for Bai Qi, who would not be afraid of his terrifying physical body, he was not interested in the fight. No one dared to attack him, and he could not be bothered with them. He sat down cross-legged, minding his own business. This action made everyone feel at ease. If Bai Qi wanted to fight for first place, not many people here would be able to withstand it. Now, only the Heavenly Law Alliance, the 7 Lords of Darkness, and Su Yu were left. Long Wuxin's 13-inch golden dragon, Long Fighting's 3-inch golden dragon. Bai Luo was 15 inches, while Yi Yu was 5 inches. Su Yu was 15 inches tall. Of all the people present, only a few of them had golden dragons. Everyone looked at each other. Bai Luo's eyes flashed, and he suddenly attacked. His target was the Heavenly Law Alliance's Long Fighting. Among the group of people, it would be difficult for him to take down Su Yu in a short period of time. Only Long Fighting was very confident. A space whirlpool appeared silently behind Long Fighting, and Bai Luo's palm attacked ferociously. Long Fighting was caught off guard, and his expression changed drastically. Long Wuxin, who was at the side, coldly snorted. She casually tapped her finger, and a virtual shadow flashed behind her back. Then, a golden light shone brightly. Hundreds of divine weapons soared into the sky from the ancient box, and hundreds of divine weapons swept out. The space whirlpool that had condensed all of Bai Luo's space power suddenly shook violently. Bai Luo felt the pain and quickly retracted his hand. His face was filled with shock. The power of the ancient box was too frightening. Just 100 divine weapons had such power. How frightening would it be if 1,000 divine weapons were to be released at the same time? Even Bai Qi might not be able to withstand it. After all, Bai Qi had admitted defeat in front of this lady. This lady was, without a doubt, the strongest person present. Originally, I wanted to snatch the Black Snow Devil King's golden dragon and fight. But since you have attacked, I will reluctantly take your golden dragon. With a rumble, the ancient box released a golden light. This time, 200 divine weapons shot out. Bai Luo's expression turned serious. As he dodged in a hurry, he also used the space to dodge. But in front of this lady, Bai Luo could only defend himself. But while Long Wuxin was being restrained, the 7 Lords of Darkness attacked Long Fighting at the same time. Long Fighting let out a bitter laugh, instructing, "Xiana, stand at the side and do not attack. This is not the time for you to attack. Conserve your spiritual energy." As he spoke, Long Fighting faced the combined attacks of 5 lords alone. The rest of the lords were easy to deal with. Even when facing Lord Qingzhu, he was not afraid. Only Lord Yi Yu, who was ranked 7th, was frightening, causing him to be fearful. At once, Long Fighting was surrounded by the 5 of them, instantly at a disadvantage. Yi Yu quickly weaved signs, looking as though she was about to unleash a big move to severely injure Long Fighting. Long Fighting complained incessantly. However, at this moment, 2 external incarnations flew over abruptly and swept the 5 great lords away in an instant. At the same time, a red-haired afterimage attacked. It was accompanied by an ice-long sword, pointing at Long Fighting's forehead. Long Fighting looked over, letting out a bitter laugh. "I admit defeat." The person opposite him was Su Yu. Having personally seen that Su Yu's fighting abilities were no weaker than Bai Luo's, how could he be lucky? At once, the 3-inch golden dragon above his head shrank by a third. As for the golden dragon above Su Yu's head, it grew from 15 inches to 16 inches. It was now the person with the highest golden dragon. After doing this, Su Yu turned around and returned to the stone pillar without another word. Gang Daily and Qin Jiuyang stood on his left and right, protecting him in the middle. Brothers, thank you for your help. Su Yu smiled in gratitude. Gang Daily laughed. Why are you being so courteous? If you get one more golden dragon, we will be able to enter earlier and occupy a better spot. Qin Jiuyang nodded his head, giving him a friendly smile. The two of them did not have a golden dragon. No matter how they fought, it would be difficult for them to enter the top 3. They might as well grant Su Yu his wish and do him a favor. The 7 Lords of Darkness could not help but be stunned. They had been locked in a stalemate, but in the end, the Black Snow Devil King had taken advantage of them. Yi Yu laughed in anger. Sir Black Snow, you really do not care about our past relationship. Her words caused the expressions of the other 4 lords to become strange. The impression that Lord Yi Yu gave them was one of elegance and tranquility. To think that she would have such a coquettish attitude. As if sensing that she had lost her composure, Yi Yu's face turned slightly red. Su Yu laughed. Hehe, if you care about our past relationship, why don't you give me the golden dragon as well and grant me my wish? Yi Yu did not dare act rashly. Hehe, I have long wanted to spar with Sir Black Snow. No. This person's fighting abilities are extremely strong. It is too risky for you to fight him alone. Qing Zhu's expression changed. Yi Yu calmly said, if I do not fight him alone, the risk is even greater. The few lords swept their gazes past Qin Jiuyang and Gang Daily, who had yet to make a move, and their hearts trembled. If they were to attack, they would not be able to defend themselves. All right. Su Yu nodded, agreeing. Chapter 453. Gang Daily and Qin Jiuyang looked at each other, then at Bai Luo, who was being suppressed by Long Wuxin. Their eyes glowed. The two of them quickly appeared beside Bai Luo. They were not there to attack him, but to fight Long Wuxin together. If Long Wuxin defeated Bai Luo and obtained half of his golden dragons, she would have a 20-inch golden dragon. With that, she would be the undisputed number 1 golden dragon. The number of golden dragons on the stone pillars they were on would also reach its peak. Long Wuxin was not angry. Instead, she let out a heroic laugh. Good. Only then can we have an enjoyable battle. With a creak, the ancient box on her back glowed with a golden light once again. On the other side, Su Yu and Yi Yu had agreed to fight one-on-one. The two of them looked at each other, then attacked at the same time. As usual, Yi Yu's speed of forming hand seals was divine, and she used many techniques at the same time. 10 different water-based attacks merged into one, close to an attack from a half-god. Su Yu let out a smile. Good. He opened his mouth and spat out a firebird formed by the origin of fire, flying toward Yi Yu. The firebird was extremely hot. The water vapor contained in the water-based technique dissipated in an instant. Yi Yu did not panic. The 10 techniques were just to stall for time. She was preparing more techniques. Hee. But Su Yu let out a light laugh. Yi Yu's expression changed. A fountain appeared beneath her feet, instantly sending her high into the sky to avoid the attack from below. Just as she was about to leave, the entire fountain turned into sparkling icicles with a flash of cold energy. At the same time, the icicles shattered, turning into countless ice shards that attacked Yi Yu, who was just inches away. Yi Yu seemed to have sensed it. She flew away from the fountain in advance, floating in the air. Whoosh, however, at this moment, the shattered pieces of ice suddenly condensed into a long arrow and shot towards his body. Yi Yu was caught off guard. She could only give up on her attack and form new seals. Her body glowed with a watery light. When the ice arrow pierced through her, she turned into a ball of water, dripping down. Her real body suddenly appeared 1,000 feet away, her face pale. Obviously, this life-saving substitution technique consumed a lot of spiritual energy. However, before Yi Yu's body could materialize, Su Yu seemed to have predicted her trajectory. He formed an ice ball between his palms and shot it toward Yi Yu, who was about to materialize. Yi Yu's expression changed again. With a flash of water around her, she disappeared once again. However, when he reappeared, he was already back on the stone pillar. There is no need to fight. I am no match for you. Yi Yu looked at Su Yu from afar, as if she was unwilling to admit defeat. She had thought that after becoming a Heaven Master, she might be able to fight the Black Snow Devil King. He did not expect the other party to be so monstrous, using an Ice Path divine ability to force him to the point where he did not even have time to form hand seals. You win, Humph. Yi Yu wrinkled her nose and softly snorted. The 5-inch golden dragon above his head shrank by 2/5. Su Yu's 16-inch golden dragon grew to 18 inches. After the battle ended, Su Yu looked toward the battlefield where Gang Daily was and could not help but be shocked. The three of them had joined hands, but they were still being suppressed by Long Wuxin alone. They could only forcefully hold on, and did not have the slightest bit of strength left to counterattack. Their bodies were more or less riddled with injuries, and they had expended a lot of energy. Their expressions were a little pale. On the other hand, Long Wuxin had suppressed 3 half-gods with her own strength. She was calm and composed, and her aura was magnificent. This woman's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. I have not fought like this in a long time. Long Wuxin's icy arrogance was gone, her entire body filled with battle intent. Su Yu was secretly shocked. Even if this woman's battle abilities were not as strong as the Ghost King's, they were not far off. Her abilities should belong to the ranks of top-notch half-gods. An hour has passed. The duel has ended. A voice came from the plaza. The group of people stopped fighting. Qin Zhuoyang bitterly shook out his messy clothes, and Gang Daily's mouth was filled with bad luck. But when his gaze swept past Gang Daily, Su Yu realized that the divine light on the surface of Gang Daily's body was still extremely condensed. His soul eyes could not see through it. This meant that he still had some strength left. Su Yu was even more curious about Gang Daily's true appearance. After knowing him for so long, he had never revealed his true appearance. First Stone Pillar, 18-inch Golden Dragon. This was naturally Su Yu's group. Tied for First Stone Pillar, 18-inch Golden Dragon. Lord Yi Yu had been robbed of 2 inches. Hence, their Stone Pillar was tied with Su Yu's Stone Pillar. Third Stone Pillar, 15-inch Golden Dragon. Long fighting of the Heavenly Law Alliance had been robbed of an inch Golden Dragon. Fourth Stone Pillar, 14-inch Golden Dragon. Fifth Stone Pillar, 0. Su Yu's Stone Pillar had the greatest change in ranking. He had risen from 3rd to 1st place. Individual results: 1st place, Su Yu, 18-inch Golden Dragon. 2nd place, Bai Luo, 15-inch Golden Dragon. 3rd place, Bai Qi, 14-inch Golden Dragon. After his speech, 3 balls of light appeared from the pattern, shooting toward each of the 3 people. Su Yu raised his hand and grabbed. The balls of light dissipated, revealing 2 divine artifacts. One was a dagger that was completely golden in color. It glowed and released an unusual spiritual pressure. Su Yu had a surprised expression, his face filled with joy. It was a top-notch middle-grade divine artifact. Looking at Bai Qi and Bai Luo, they both had normal middle-grade divine artifacts. Even though Bai Luo, who was in 2nd place, had 2 normal middle-grade divine artifacts, did not mean much to half-gods. Sensing that the divine artifact in Su Yu's hands was top-notch, Bai Luo's expression turned gloomy. It was fine if it was a top-notch middle-grade divine artifact. What was more important was that it was a divine artifact that had not been refined. The number of divine artifacts that had not been refined in the Zhenlong continent could be counted on one's fingers. A divine artifact that was suitable for oneself that had not been refined required a great amount of luck. With Bai Luo's status, that set of steel needles had also been refined. Su Yu had a joyous expression. Strictly speaking, this golden dagger was his first divine artifact. The rest were either being refined or in the process of being refined. Without hesitation, Su Yu dripped a drop of blood into the dagger, refining the golden dagger on the spot. As the blood entered the dagger, Su Yu and the golden dagger formed an invisible connection. An unfamiliar and cold message flashed into his mind. Golden scale dagger, made from the golden scale ore. It can cut through metal like mud. It is famous for its sharpness. After successfully refining it, it can cut through anything below the level of a spiritual artifact. Su Yu had a thought. He tried using the tip of the dagger to poke the black armor on his body. At that moment, what shocked Suyu was that a small white dot had appeared on the black armor. The quality of this item was equivalent to a half-manufactured spiritual artifact. It had actually left a mark on it. It was not a lie to say that it could cut through all divine artifacts below the level of a spiritual artifact. But the golden scale dagger was an unexpected gain. What Suyu was most excited about was the other item, Heavenly Flower Liquid. It could cleanse the seal of all divine artifacts below the level of a spiritual artifact. What moved Suyu the most was that the Heavenly Flower Liquid was as thick as an arm. It could cleanse more than one divine artifact. Suyu was extremely excited. The sloppy old man had casually glanced at it. But when he saw the jade bottle in Suyu's palm, his pupils turned serious. This is a jade bottle made from the Heavenly Flower Jade. After confirming it, the sloppy old man could not help but laugh. That makes sense. It is ridiculous for the champion to only get a bottle of Heavenly Flower Liquid. So the true reward is the Heavenly Flower bottle. This lad's luck is extraordinary. If he had mentioned the Heavenly Flower bottle earlier, Long Wuxin would not have been so casual. Even if she had used all her abilities, she would have gotten first place. As for that ghost, it's likely that it won't stand idly by. When Bai Chi's gaze swept past the jade bottle in Suyu's palm, his dark red eyes flashed. The Heavenly Flower bottle. Is this the true reward? A shred of regret appeared on his face. If I had known that this was the true reward, I would have made my move earlier. But then Bai Chi let out a cold laugh. But it does not matter. It looks like this lad has not discovered the existence of the Heavenly Flower bottle. It is not too late to obtain it later. You will all have half a day to recuperate. During this time, you will be sent to the 6th level of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion based on your ranking on the stone pillars. Whoosh, whoosh, multiple rays of light enveloped everyone present. The light had a strong defensive ability and isolated them from the outside world, ensuring that no one would disturb them while they were recuperating. Suyu could not have asked for more. After making use of the time to recover his spirit energy and stamina, he took out the Heavenly Flower bottle, his eyes filled with excitement. He had many treasures in his hands, which he continued to cleanse and refine. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the black armor. They were about to enter the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, which was filled with danger. Protecting oneself was the top priority. With a thought, Suyu poured in a drop of Heavenly Flower Liquid. At that moment, the entire black armor let out a crackling sound. Shreds of black blood essence seeped out. Black blood. Could this be the armor of the Ghost King? Suyu was shocked. Thinking back to the armor he had just used in front of the Ghost King, he could not help but be cautious. After thinking for some time, Suyu took out a small jade bottle and kept the Ghost King's blood essence. The Ghost King, who was recuperating on the stone pillar, opened its eyes and let out a grunt. Its eyes were filled with anger. Good. Very good. You dare to refine my item. Suyu, who had no idea what was happening, muttered to himself for a moment before deciding to continue refining it. A drop of Heavenly Flower Liquid was far from enough to cleanse this item. Without hesitation, Suyu poured in another drop. Just like that, another shred of the Ghost King's blood essence seeped out, which Suyu kept. This happened 5 times in a row. Half of the Heavenly Flower Liquid was used before it was finally cleansed. Suyu had successfully collected an entire drop of the Ghost King's blood essence. Looking at the little remaining Heavenly Flower Liquid, Suyu felt his heart ache. He quickly poured in his own blood essence, refining it with a little bit of effort. At that moment, a message appeared in his mind. Eternal Stone King Armor, a high-grade spiritual artifact. It was refined from the bones of a strong divine master. It is indestructible and can defend against the attacks of any fairy realm below the divine master level. Hearing this, Suyu's heart thumped wildly. Divine master? What realm was that? Was there an even stronger realm above the fairy realm? Breaking through to the fairy realm meant that one was a godlike existence in the Zhenlong continent. What realm was the divine master? Chapter 454. Suyu had already experienced the difference between a low-grade divine artifact, a middle-grade divine artifact, and a high-grade divine artifact. The difference between the grades of spirit artifacts was even more shocking. The grade of this Eternal Stone King armor was extremely high, and extremely terrifying. Even in the 9 states, it would not be an ordinary treasure. His heart was burning with passion. He had really obtained an incredible treasure. As he thought about the loss of the heavenly flower liquid, Suyu felt more at ease. However, this spiritual tool had lost its spiritual nature and was damaged again. It had already fallen to the level of a semi-manufactured spiritual tool. It was impossible for the current Suyu to repair it. Even so, to Suyu, it was still a rare treasure. After refining it, Suyu could use his consciousness to control the core of the armor, the vital energy crystal. The crystals formed by the condensation of vital energy contained an enormous amount of vital energy. They were extremely important items in the 9 states. As for the Eternal Stone King armor, its defensive power was astonishing. However, if one could activate the vital energy within the vital energy crystal, they would be able to display an even greater defensive power. After Suyu had refined it, he could freely control the release of the vital energy crystal, unlike before, where he had to release it passively after being attacked. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu stored it away. After thinking for some time, Suyu considered whether he should wash away the blood essence left behind by the sloppy old man on the Cosmos Thunder Sword. However, this thought flashed past in a flash. This action would undoubtedly offend the sloppy old man. They had yet to fulfill their agreement, so it would be too impatient to remove the blood essence in such a hurry. With a flash of his eyes, Suyu took out the ghost-suppressing golden ring. Suyu took out a drop of heavenly flower liquid without hesitation. As the heavenly flower liquid seeped into his body, there was a layer of golden blood that exuded a dense Buddhist nature. This item only required 1 drop of heavenly flower liquid. Could this be the essence blood of that soul body? Suyu clicked his tongue in wonder as he kept the drop of golden Buddha essence blood. After that, Suyu refined it without hesitation. Ghost-suppressing golden ring, a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. It has a strong suppressive effect on ghosts of the fairy realm. Its might depends on its owner's cultivation level. Semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, an item of the same grade as the Cosmos Thunder Sword. Suyu was overjoyed. With this bracelet in hand, he would undoubtedly be much safer if he encountered evil ghosts. He glanced at the heavenly flower liquid and saw that there were only 2 drops left. Suyu thought for a moment, then took out his silver bow and a set of flying needles. The effect of the heavenly flower liquid was more than 10 times stronger than the 10,000 soldier spiritual liquid. A single drop could wash away a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. It was extremely wasteful to use it to clean a silver bow that was already 80% refined. Furthermore, the remaining 2 drops were just enough to completely refine the entire set of steel needles. If he took out a drop to refine the silver bow, he would only be able to refine half of the needles. Suyu pondered this for a while. Based on what he knew, a complete set of divine artifacts could only be used as a complete set in order to unleash its full power. Only using a portion of it would greatly reduce its power. After thinking about it, Suyu had no choice but to keep the silver bow and clean the 9 steel needles. A moment later, Zhongxian was done cleaning it and successfully refined it. The 9 yin-yang needles were born from the 9 suns cosmos sword formation. Combined with the 9 yin-yang secret technique, it can unleash the power of a high-grade divine artifact, which is comparable to a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. If a cultivator is able to obtain the materials and upgrade the 9 yin-yang needles grade, theoretically, it can reach the level of a semi-manufactured spirit artifact. There is even a chance that it can reach the level of a spirit artifact. Hearing this, Suyu's heart thumped with excitement, able to unleash the power of a high-grade divine artifact. Moreover, within this set of divine artifacts, there was a secret technique to control it that no one knew about. Suyu felt that his choice just now was wise. Without thinking, he immediately seized the time to cultivate the 9 yin-yang secret technique. The main point of this secret technique was perception. How to distribute the spirit energy evenly among the 9 steel needles, achieving a state of balance, was the key to the success of the cultivation. The secret technique specifically mentioned one point: those with a strong soul would have a better cultivation effect. The reason was that people with a strong soul would have a stronger perception than ordinary people, allowing them to balance the spirit energy better. Su Yu's soul, after cultivating the heaven's sun gazing at air technique, had long surpassed those of the same cultivation level. Compared to a half-god, he was not at a disadvantage. If not for the fact that he was stuck at stage 1 top class of the heaven's sun gazing at air technique, unable to break through to stage 2, he might have reached the level of the fairy realm by now. With such a strong soul, cultivating the 9 yin-yang needle technique would naturally be a matter of course. In less than 6 hours, he had successfully cultivated it. Rise. Su Yu let out a low grunt. The 9 steel needles vibrated with a buzzing sound, then connected one by one, revolving around Su Yu's head. Quick! With a command, all the steel needles turned into streaks of broken threads, dancing in the air, crisscrossing each other. If a normal half-god was not on guard, it would not be surprising if the 9 needles pierced through his body and killed him on the spot. This was definitely a rare set of divine artifacts. Keeping it, Su Yu still wished to continue. This bottle of heavenly flower liquid was of great help to him, allowing his abilities to increase greatly. Buzz, buzz, the screen of light vibrated, then split open. Within the plaza, a voice that made everyone's hearts tighten reverberated. Mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, the transportation begins now. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion that only appeared once every 10,000 years. An unprecedented opportunity for the Zhenlong continent. The only chance for the martial artists of the Zhenlong continent to break through to the fairy realm was right in front of them. The stone pillars that Su Yu and the 7 Lords of Darkness were on released brilliant silver light at the same time, enveloping the people above them. Following which, the entire space shook violently. The stone pillars shot out a silver beam of light, entering the top of the plaza. The top of the wall was filled with stars. At that moment, under the silver light, it looked like a vast galaxy, vast and majestic. As the silver light entered, a ripple-like ripple appeared, enveloping the silver light. On the plaza, Su Yu and the others, along with the stone pillars, had all disappeared. An hour later, it was the people of the Heavenly Law Alliance's turn. They were followed by Bai Qi. The sloppy old man looked at Bai Qi, a sliver of worry in his eyes. His eyes flickered for a moment before he finally gave up. Forget it. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion is vast. The chances of him meeting the geniuses of Jojo are far greater than Daily and the rest. You guys are the last. Your abilities are limited. Stay at the 6th level and do not go too far. The sloppy old man casually reminded the remaining 4 great ancient clans. The group nodded hurriedly. There were 4 of them, each representing the strongest fighters of their respective clans. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Apart from Shijie, there were 2 men and 1 woman who had not fought yet. Ming Fei, hold on tight. Shijie looked at the woman beside him. It was the woman from the Ming clan. She had a graceful figure and an extraordinary appearance. She and Shijie had an engagement that outsiders did not know about. The woman called Ming Fei nodded shyly, grabbing onto Shijie's sleeves as she shyly lay in his embrace. At that moment, the stone pillar was activated, and the silver light gradually flickered. The sloppy old man glanced at the 4 of them. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on Ming Fei, and his pupils shrank. Under the silver light, a layer of black appeared on Ming Fei's body involuntarily. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any abnormalities. Only the silver light here was special, and it brought out the layer of black that was hard to detect. Heavenly ghost. The sloppy old man's expression suddenly changed. He slammed the table and stood up. His figure leaped 1,000 feet, and he grabbed Ming Fei. Ming Fei's bashful expression instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a cold smile. Old man, it's too late to realize it now. Pust pust, the silver light screen easily blocked the sloppy old man outside the light screen. Good. I was careless. I actually let you sneak into the 4 great ancient clans without me noticing. The sloppy old man's gaze was cold, and he secretly blamed himself. Whoosh, a black light flashed on Ming Fei's body, and a thick layer of ghost energy appeared on her face. Sheng Ji's petite face could be vaguely seen. Hehe, you did not expect this, did you? I used the secret technique of the heavenly ghost to possess this woman's body. In order to hide it from you, I had such a good opportunity to kill that kid called Black Snow Devil King, but I endured it. However, he is not far from death. Wait until I enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. If I meet him, I will definitely tear him apart. Thinking back on what had happened that day, she was actually deceived by a small junior of the immortal realm. After her speech, the silver light beam flashed, sending them into the star. The sloppy old man's expression darkened, and he was full of worry. A mysterious ghost is already dangerous enough. With another heavenly ghost, it is hard to predict how dangerous this trip of Daily and the rest will be. After thinking for a long time, the sloppy old man let out a long sigh. I hope that they can quickly increase their abilities. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion has a very strong sense. If they use the cultivation of the fairy realm, they will definitely be transported out. If they are suppressed to the half-god realm, they might still be able to escape. Long Jueshin's expression also darkened. It's that heavenly ghost. Oh no, they might be in danger. At that moment, everyone in the plaza was filled with worry. The sloppy old man looked around, then waved his hand and said, "Just wait patiently. They will return in 2 years." 2 years. If not for the seniors personally participating, it would be hard to believe that the flow of time in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion is 10 times slower than in the Zhenlong continent. Long Jueshin exclaimed. According to the experiences of those who had entered before, they had only stayed in there for 2 months. However, when they returned, they realized that 2 years had already passed in the Zhenlong continent. The sloppy old man let out a weird laugh. What's so strange about that? This is only the flow of time in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. The flow of time in the world of Jojo is 100 times slower than in the Zhenlong continent. 10,000 years have passed in the Zhenlong continent, but in reality, only 100 years have passed in the Jojo continent. What? 100 times the flow of time? Everyone present could not help but click their tongues. The sloppy old man pointed at the statues of the strong martial artists of the past. In the eyes of Jojo, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion that appeared 100 years ago actually appears once every year. After 100 years, there are exactly 100 statues. And 10,000 years ago, the people of the Zhenlong continent were attracted by the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion for the first time. In the eyes of Jojo, that was 100 years ago, when the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion had just appeared. From this, it is not difficult to see the difference in the flow of time between the world of the Zhenlong continent and the world of Jojo. A difference of 100 years is not something incomprehensible. Hearing this, everyone was speechless, filled with curiosity about the world of Jojo. What kind of world was that? Speaking of Su Yu, as the world spun around him, a shockingly dense spiritual energy suddenly assaulted him. Chapter 455. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He was at the peak of a hill, and his field of vision was wide. Looking into the distance, he could see countless spirit herbs growing between the hills. Most of them were rare divine herbs that Su Yu could not name. There were also many that did not exist in the Zhenlong continent. "It's the 1,000 knife leaf!" Qin Yushan suddenly screamed, his breathing rapid. His figure flickered as he ran down the hill, excitedly grabbing an orange-yellow blade of grass growing at the foot of the hill. "Ah, there are more here." Qin Yushan cried out in shock, suddenly realizing that there was a patch of 1,000 knife leaf growing nearby. Qin Zhuoyang gasped. Unbelievable. The 1,000 knife leaf is a rare ingredient in the Zhenlong continent for making high-level elixirs. One can be exchanged for a complete immortal level technique. There is actually a patch of it here. Unbelievable. Even though he did not go down to fight for it due to his status, he could still feel the shock in his heart. Su Yu's gaze landed on a puddle not far away, involuntarily crying out, "Divine dragon grass." Back at the ancient Xianyun temple, Su Yu had risked his life to fight a powerful demonic beast to obtain a divine dragon grass. But in the puddle in front of him, there were dozens of them growing. Such rich resources shocked Su Yu to the point of speechlessness. Gang Daily was equally shocked. With a flash, he went down and quickly picked up a few rare spirit herbs in the Zhenlong continent. The world in front of them struck the nerves of the four of them. The spirit herbs growing in a 10-mile radius were something that the entire Zhenlong continent could not compare to. Where did these country bumpkins come from? They are happily picking weeds. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. The expressions of the four of them changed, hurriedly lifting their heads to look. There were 3 strong fighters floating in the air, looking at the four of them strangely. All 3 of them were at the demigod realm. The one who spoke was a young man in a yellow shirt. He was about 17 years old, and there was a hint of fierceness about him. Clearly, he was not an ordinary demigod powerhouse. Looking at the other 2, they were about 18 or 19 years old. They were a man and a woman. Where did you come from? I don't remember seeing you at the mysterious heavenly platform. The young woman was dressed in palace attire, and her attire was bright and beautiful. At this moment, she frowned and shouted. Su Yu and the other 3's hearts thumped. This is bad. We'll run into people from Jojo as soon as we appear. Not only were their cultivations exceptional, but most importantly, they were all abnormally young. Compared to them, other than Su Yu, who was only 17 years old, the rest of them were all above 20 years old. Even the oldest, Qin Joyang, was close to 25 years old. He could barely squeeze into the 25 years old age requirement of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Seeing that the 4 of them were not saying anything, the yellow-robed youth frowned. Are you deaf? Say something. On the other hand, the white-clothed 18-year-old youth looked into the distance with some doubt. Junior brother Yang Jian, the evil ghost valley is about to open. We do not have time to waste. If we are late, I'm afraid that senior sister Yu Chan will make things difficult for us. We should quickly set off. As for them, they've barely reached the half-god realm at such an old age. Their aptitude is so poor that they're definitely not from the blessed and heavenly lands. They're most likely rogue cultivators who snuck in. We don't have to bother with them. The youth called Yang Jian let out a grunt, sweeping his gaze across the 4 of them. Behave yourself. With a grunt, the 3 of them cut through the sky, heading toward the horizon. The 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief after the 3 of them left. Brother Joyang, if you had attacked just now, what are your chances of winning? Gang Daily looked at the back of the 3 disappearing figures and could not help but ask. Qin Joyang creased his brows as he pondered. If I had fought against the other 2, I would have had a 60% chance of winning. If I had fought against the yellow-robed youth, I would most likely have lost. But if the yellow-robed youth fought against Brother Daily and Brother Blacksnow, he would most likely have a grudge. He thought highly of Su Yu. Brother Qin, you flatter me. Su Yu cupped his fists, saying seriously, Brother Daily, what do you mean by this? Could it be that the place we are heading to is the evil ghost valley? He had promised the sloppy old man to enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion and help him retrieve an item, but the sloppy old man had not said anything. Gang Daily shrugged his shoulders helplessly. If only it were so fast. The place we are heading to is at the 7th level. To get to the 7th level, we would need a transportation spell. Unfortunately, the nearest transportation spell is in the evil ghost valley. If we take a detour to another transportation spell, we would need at least half a month. In other words, they needed to enter the evil ghost valley and use the transportation spell. Can't we wait for them to leave before entering? It is not that I am afraid of a battle, but I wish to avoid unnecessary battles to prevent exhaustion. If we were to meet enemies again, it would be extremely dangerous, Qin Joyang said. Gang Daily shook his head. That won't do. Every time the transportation spell is used, it would need half a month to recover its energy. We can only use the transportation spell before these people do. Is that so? Gang Daily and the other 2 were silent, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Do we still need to consider? Of course we cannot give up the transportation spell. Su Yu's eyes glowed. The resources in this place were too abundant, and they were extremely beneficial to his training. He had to complete his promise as soon as possible, then concentrate on his training. If he spent too much time on this mission, it would not be worth it. Qin Joyang thought for a moment, having the same thought as Su Yu. I agree, but Qin Yushan. Qin Zhuoyang turned his head. You can stay at the 6th level. This place is rich in resources. Take as much as you can. There is no need to risk your life with us. Even though Qin Yushan was unwilling, he knew that they were going to carry out an extremely dangerous mission. Bringing him along would be a burden, so he agreed. After all, the resources in this place were endless to him. There was no need for him to risk his life with them. You must keep a low profile, Qin Zhuoyang said. Remember to hide yourself. That way, you will be able to survive these 2 days safely. After saying this, he looked toward Gang Daily. Gang Daily laughed heartily. Since you are not afraid, why should I be? With the 3 of us working together, suppressing the 3 of them should not be a problem. The problem is that the other party seems to have a companion named Yu Chan waiting for them. We do not know how strong or weak this person is, so we need to be careful. Hearing this, the group nodded, immediately heading toward the evil Ghost Valley. Along the way, there were spiritual objects everywhere, making them extremely excited. In fact, Su Yu had even discovered a spiritual herb that was about to evolve into a divine herb. A divine herb was equivalent to a legendary-level cultivation technique. But they were in a hurry, and Su Yu could only bear with the pain and give up. Su Yu was even more determined to complete the mission as soon as possible. If the 6th level of the Divine Pavilion was already so rich in resources, how shocking would the 7th, 8th, and even the 9th level be? Half a day later, a valley filled with ghost chi and black smoke was faintly discernible. Su Yu and the group descended from the sky, carefully approaching the evil Ghost Valley. From 10 miles away, Su Yu used his soul eyes. After looking, he said quietly, "Those 3 people are still at the entrance of the valley, as if they are waiting for someone. If we want to snatch the transportation spell, we can only do so now." Gang Daily was surprised by Su Yu's probing ability, but he did not suspect anything. That companion named Yu Chan might not be around for the time being. This is indeed the best time for us to strike. The 3 of them looked at each other, then streaked across the sky together, flying over. Brother Daily, Brother Black Snow, there is no need to fight them head-on. Protect me, I have my own ways of preventing them from stopping us. After saying this, Qin Zhuoyang took out 3 strands of hair from his head, wrapping them around his little finger. Curse technique. Su Yu and Gang Daily nodded in response, protecting him from the left and right. Whoosh, the 3 of them closed in quickly. Unable to hide their auras, they were immediately discovered by the 3 people at the entrance of the valley. Hey! It's those 3 wandering martial artists. The yellow-robed youth, Yang Jian, could not help but laugh angrily. Reckless fools. Just now, I was merciful and did not take their lives. Now, they actually dare to come over and snatch the transportation spell. The woman in the palace gown had a vicious look on her face. Humph. Give them an inch, and they want a foot. I have already warned them to stay put, but they still dare to chase after us. Junior Yang Jian, you do not need to attack. Senior Bai and I will attack together and get rid of those 3 small fries. Yang Jian's expression was cold as he nodded. Yes, be careful. Even though they are useless wandering martial artists, they are not normal wandering martial artists to be able to think of a way to enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Do not be careless. His actions were meant to train the 2 of them. Junior Yi, which one do you choose? The white-robed youth, Senior Bai, coldly looked at the 3 chasing them. The woman in the palace gown, Junior Yi, swept her gaze past them, landing on Qin Zhuoyang. Humph, leave this one to me. He looks handsome, but his talent is poor. He is only a half-god at the age of 25. How dare he come to the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion with such talent? Senior Bai took out a semicircular weapon. The edges were extremely sharp. It was a middle-grade divine artifact that had been completely refined. Leave that glowing figure to me. The 2 of them charged into the sky, charging forward. They are here. Qin Zhuoyang's gaze turned serious, his mouth chanting an incantation. Shreds of uncomfortable feelings surged into their hearts, causing Su Yu and the rest of them to feel uncomfortable. The 3 strands of hair on Qin Zhuoyang's pinky gradually became transparent, then turned into nothingness. A strand of hair had appeared on the pinky fingers of the 3 opponents. The first to notice it was Yang Jian. His gaze turned serious, and he shouted, "Be careful. It's a curse." As he spoke, the strand of hair on his pinky finger was shaken off, but it still left behind a faint black mark. Junior Yi and Senior Bai were in a similar situation. Qin Jiuyang let out a smile. "It's done." He weaved an obscure seal with both of his hands, extending 2 fingers from each hand to cover his left and right eyes. He then shouted, "They can no longer see us now. You too, quick." By covering his eyes, the 3 opponents were affected by the curse, temporarily losing their sight. As expected, Junior Yi and Senior Bai, who were flying over, revealed expressions of panic. Senior Bai quickly said, "Junior Yi, be careful. Use your spirit energy to protect your body immediately. Do not act recklessly." Su Yu wanted to kill the 2 of them, but the opponents had reinforcements, and it was not wise to get entangled with them. Easily passing the 2 of them, he and Gang Daily supported Qin Jiuyang, who was casting the technique, as they charged toward the valley. Yang Jian's expression was sullen. Hearing the commotion, his killing intent increased. "Even if I cannot see, it is more than enough to kill all of you. Rise." With a low shout, a clanging sound came from behind him, and a crystal sword flashing with a cold light shot into the sky. Chapter 456. That ghost is so powerful that even if the 4 of us join forces with Senior Yu Chan, we might not be able to defeat it. Only the outer sanctum disciples of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands might have a chance. The 3 of them are really seeking their own death. Junior Yi sneered. The 3 of them did not continue their pursuit. After waiting for a while, a short-haired woman in a green dress flew over, carrying a golden tree as thick as an arm. Senior Yu Chan. The 3 of them changed their expressions and went forward to welcome her respectfully. Even the cold and arrogant Yang Jian revealed an extremely respectful expression. Yu Chan wore a green dress and had short hair. She was clearly a woman, but her facial features were sharp, making her look very capable. Her eyes were also very sharp, and she noticed the 3 of them with one look. What happened? Yang Jian's face was filled with shame. Senior Sister Yu Chan, there are 3 rogue cultivators who used unorthodox methods like incantations to sneak into the evil spirit valley. Sneak in? Humph, it was the 3 of you who could not stop them. Yu Chan's expression turned cold. The 3 of them shuddered, but did not retort. Senior Sister, even though they successfully entered, we do not have to worry. With their cultivation levels, they are merely nourishing the Ghost King. At most, they can use up 10 to 20% of the Ghost King's power. We can take advantage of it and lower the risk. Why not? Yang Jian defended himself. Hearing this, Yu Chan's gaze turned cold, and she berated, "Shut up. You are weaker than them, yet you still have the face to shirk responsibility." Yu Chan was exceptionally strict. "It is because of your complacent attitude that the 3 of them had the opportunity to take advantage of." The 3 of them shuddered, lowering their heads. They were ashamed and humiliated. That was indeed the case. If not for the fact that they looked down on Su Yu and his group, they might not have succeeded so easily. Chase after them immediately. Even though they are wandering cultivators, they might not have any techniques to lure the ghost away. If the transportation is delayed, the 3 of us will lose some of the resources of the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion. More importantly, we will ruin Senior Brother Yi Dao's plans. He is a true outer sanctum disciple. If we ruin his plans, do you still want to survive in the blessed and heavenly lands? Hearing the words Senior Brother Yi Dao, the 3 of them had ugly expressions. They could faintly see the fear in each other's eyes. "We know we were wrong, Senior Sister." The 3 of them had completely lost their temper and hurriedly chased after her. On the other side, where the 4 ancient clans were located. At the peak of an incomparably huge mountain range, there were corpses lying all around. They were dressed differently, and none of them were from the Zhenlong continent. However, their cultivations were all half-gods. Among them, there was no lack of powerful half-gods that were comparable to Bai Luo. In the middle of the corpses, there was a delicate and pretty girl. Her entire body flickered with black light, and Sheng Ji's illusory figure could be faintly seen. The woman's delicate face revealed a deep, cold smile. "You lot, follow me well. You will benefit from this." I can also return this woman's body to you at any time. From now on, all of you must listen to my orders. Otherwise, HMPH. Everyone, including Shijie, bowed respectfully. Let's go. The pretty woman took a step forward. In front of her was a teleportation array. In another place, on a lake, Bai Luo was leading the 7 Lords of Darkness. Luckily, the teleportation array here is very well hidden. Even the people from the Zhenlong continent do not know about it. Bai Luo glanced at the teleportation array hidden deep under the lake and heaved a sigh of relief. The pocket on Qingzhu's waist was bulging, and there were a few spiritual herbs that were emitting strong spirituality in his robes. His face was filled with joy. It was obvious that he had gained a lot from the 6th level of the Divine Pavilion. Bai Luo, we are going to the 7th level of the pavilion. Can we stop for a while? The resources there must be extremely shocking. If the 6th level was already like this, then the 7th level would probably be even more precious. Bai Luo calmly looked at the silent Yi Yu and said calmly, let's head to the 8th level of the Divine Pavilion and complete the King's orders first. After setting up the sacrificial array, all of you can move on your own. With that, the group of them entered the water and teleported away. There was an ancient tree that had been chopped off a long time ago. Its diameter was extremely huge, and it was 30 feet wide. There was an extremely complicated pattern carved on it. On both sides of the teleportation array, there were 2 groups of people facing each other. One of them was none other than the lone Bai Qi. As for the other side of the teleportation array, it was Long Wuxin and Qin Xiana. As for Long Fighting, he was nowhere to be seen. He was most likely left behind in the 6th level, just like Qin Yushan. Hehe, little girl, if we continue facing each other like this, neither of us will be able to do anything to the other. There is no enmity between us. Since we have entered the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion for different purposes, why don't we use the teleportation array together? This way, no one will be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, if one of us uses it first, the other will have to wait for half a month. Hearing this, Long Wuxin, who had an ancient box flickering behind her back, nodded coldly. Sure. However, I advise you not to think of anything funny. As the strongest genius of the mysterious heavenly battle, her words were extremely threatening. Naturally. Bai Qi snickered. The 2 groups of people entered the teleportation array and were teleported safely. In a certain place in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, an extremely cute little girl, who was only 15 years old, was sitting cross-legged. In front of her, a compass was spinning, and the compass was spinning quickly. The compass seemed to be extremely difficult to control, and the little girl's face was slightly pale. Suddenly, the compass stopped and shot in a certain direction. The little girl let out a surprised expression. I found it. I sensed the aura of that heavenly ghost. It is at the 7th level of the pavilion. This means that the person Master Tianqian is looking for is also at the 7th level of the divine pavilion. After saying this, the little girl's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage as she disappeared into thin air. In the evil Ghost Valley, the area was filled with ghost energy, and Su Yu and his group did not advance quickly. This was after Su Yu had used his soul eyes to avoid the ferocious creatures hidden within the ghost fog. Otherwise, their progress would have been even slower. The tunnel ahead is extremely narrow, and there are many bats on the stone walls, all of them at the level of Heaven Master. There are about 100 of them, and we cannot take a detour. I'm afraid we can only fight them head-on. Su Yu observed for a moment, creasing his brows. Qin Jiuyang had a worried expression. We cannot delay for too long. I'm afraid the people behind us are about to catch up. Suddenly, Gang Daily laughed. Leave this place to me. The 2 of you do not need to attack. Just follow behind me. Hearing this, Su Yu was slightly shocked. Even though 100 bats were not very dangerous, it would not be easy to deal with them quickly. Hee hee. Gang Daily only laughed without saying a word, letting out a low grunt as he placed his palms in front of his chest. Crackle, crackle, a sound that Su Yu was extremely familiar with entered his ears. Between Gang Daily's palms, shreds of light shone, illuminating the dark valley. At the same time, the ghost fog seemed to have met its nemesis, retreating continuously. Suyu was secretly shocked. This was lightning. Previously, when Gang Daily attacked, he had not used any lightning-based techniques. Suyu was extremely shocked. After knowing Gang Daily for so long, this was the first time he had learned that Gang Daily actually cultivated lightning-based techniques. I do not have the ability to divert my attention to cultivating lightning-based techniques. This is a treasure of the old man, and it contains lightning-based techniques. He lent it to me for use. The lightning in Gang Daily's palms gradually merged into a ball of lightning the size of an eyeball. This lightning was different from the lightning that was normally cultivated. Its spirit energy was very strong. The small ball of lightning was spinning, as if it was alive. Go! Gang Daily tossed it into the air. At once, the ball of lightning turned into bolts of lightning, weaving into a giant net that enveloped the three of them. All right, let's set off quickly. Under the cover of the electric net, the three of them traveled quickly through the narrow tunnel. When the bats sensed the aura of the humans, they were like hungry wolves that had smelled blood. They turned into dark clouds, pressing toward the three of them. Creak, but when they came into contact with the electric net, they turned into smoke on the spot. Even so, the bats were agitated, charging toward the electric net like moths to a flame. As a result, the electric net above his head also emitted crackling sounds, flickering and flickering, actually showing signs of being forcefully crushed. Luckily, the electric net was not ordinary, forcefully blocking the bats' ferocious attacks. Hey, look at the bat's nest. At that moment, Qin Jiuyang suddenly discovered that within the bat's nest, there was a blood-red crystal that was glowing continuously. Gang Daily lifted his head to take a look, saying in shock, "It's a ghost blood crystal. It contains ghost energy and compressed spirit energy. It takes thousands of years to form a crystal." In the past, someone in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds accidentally obtained a ghost blood crystal the size of a broad bean. He successfully made 10 dragon abyss elixirs in one go. The ghost blood crystal in front of us is the size of a fist. If it were used to make dragon abyss elixirs, it could make at least 100 of them. It would be enough for all the geniuses in the Zhenlong continent to make a breakthrough once. Moreover, according to my master, the ghost blood crystal is an extremely rare item in Jiuzhou. It has unexpected uses, not just for making dragon abyss elixirs. So valuable. Its value should not be lower than a true legendary-level cultivation technique. Gang Daily grabbed with his hand. A bolt of lightning flew out, sweeping the entire ghost blood crystal down. "I will temporarily keep this item with me," Gang Daily said, his eyes glowing with excitement. It was obvious that this item was very important to him. Suyu and Qin Jiuyang agreed. Creak, suddenly, the fearless bats that had attacked them screeched and fled. Some of the smaller ghosts in the dark corners also fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, the long tunnel was dead silent. There was not the slightest sound. There was only the sound of the cold ghost wind blowing through the tunnel. "Be careful, something is approaching." Gang Daily's expression turned grave, becoming extremely cautious. Suyu was even more cautious. His intuition told him that there was indeed a strange aura drifting in along with the ghost wind. No wonder the three of them did not chase after us. "I'm afraid that spell is not so easy to use," Suyu said seriously. "Since things have come to this, we can only continue forward." Gang Daily hesitated for a moment, then continued to move. Chapter 457. After leaving the tunnel, there was a giant pit in front of them. A sinister wind blew within the pit, and the ghost fog was extremely thick. A flickering spell symbol flickered continuously. A spell. The three of them were elated. They had finally arrived. But what made the three of them shudder was that they could faintly see scattered corpses. "Be careful." All of a sudden, Suyu felt a sense of danger approaching. A ghostly claw stretched out from the stone wall to his right, grabbing at his body without warning. Without thinking, Suyu tilted his shoulder, his body moving 30 jong away, escaping the lightning net. Gang Daily did not hesitate, taking down the lightning net that enveloped the three of them and tossing it into the air, trapping the ghostly claw that extended from the stone wall. Creak, the ghost fog collided with the lightning net, and black smoke rose from the surface of the ghostly claw. Lightning was a powerful counter to ghostly beings. But the next moment, the expressions of the three of them changed. The ghostly claw turned its hand and grabbed the lightning net in its palm. With a squeeze of its 5 fingers, the lightning net exploded, shattering in the air. He. It has been a long time since such a fresh human has come knocking on our door. A sinister ghostly howl came from within the stone wall. The three of them retreated, looking over. The stone wall was gradually splitting open, and a 2-jong tall, majestic ghostly figure was faintly lying within the stone wall. Its eyes were a ghastly green, its entire body as black as ink, covered with black bristles. There were even 2 extremely sharp barbs on his elbows that looked like sharp daggers. Its claws were dark red, long, sharp claws. They could easily pierce through a human's body and tear them in half. Not good. It is a ghost of the half-god level. Its battle prowess might be comparable to that of a top-notch half-god. Let's leave before it completely awakens. Gang Daily's expression changed. Without another word, he flashed toward the spell in the pit. Su Yu and Qin Jiuyang did not hesitate, flashing over as well. The three of them stood on the spell, and the lines below began to move. The ghostly being within the stone wall had not awakened in time. However, the ghost continued to sneer. Trying to escape from my hands? He. This is my cave abode. Do you really think that the teleportation formation is so easy to use? The trio's expressions changed, and they leaped out of the formation without hesitation. Just as the three of them rose into the air, several streams of black acidic liquid sprayed out from the deep pit where the formation was located without any warning. Although the three of them dodged most of the attack, their clothes were still touched. ZZ, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the three people's clothes quickly turned into a pool of black liquid. Their expressions changed greatly, and the three of them immediately condensed a layer of spiritual energy on the surface of their bodies. At the same time, their bodies trembled, and before the poison could reach their bodies, they completely shattered their clothes. Only then did the three of them manage to escape from danger. If they had been a little bit slower just now, they would have been hit by the spray and would have died on the spot. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise as the stone wall split open. The ghost had finally awakened from its deep slumber. His 2-jong tall body exuded an extremely ferocious aura. It is at the level of an Asura, and its degree of anthropomorphism is very high. It is already in between an Asura and a heavenly ghost, and it is very difficult to deal with. Everyone, be careful. Compared to the Asuras that they had seen before, this ghost's abilities were not just a little bit higher. This year, there are 2 more half-god humans to nourish me. This way, I am 1 step closer to the fairy realm. In just a few years, I will be able to successfully break through to the heavenly ghost level. When that time comes, I will be able to leave this damned place. Gang Daily snorted coldly. Wait until you have the ability to kill the 3 of us. With a creaking sound, Gang Daily took out a palm-sized bell that was covered with thunderbolts from his chest. The thunderbolts that had been condensed just now had come from this bell. Gang Daily flicked his wrist, and a 3-foot-long lightning snake flew out. Its power was more than double that of the thunder net from before. A high-grade divine artifact. The ghost Asura's sinister smile suddenly turned serious, and a look of fear appeared on his face. However, after observing for a moment, he snorted coldly. It is a pity that it is not an offensive divine artifact, but some kind of auxiliary lightning-based divine artifact. The thunderbolts stored in it are not used for offensive purposes. As he laughed coldly, the Asura grabbed the thunder snake with his palm, easily holding it in his palm. The thunder snake struggled spiritually, but when it was grabbed by the ghostly claw, the thunder snake was destroyed with a whimper. The bell in Gang Daily's palm seemed to have suffered a backlash, and it shook violently, almost falling out of Gang Daily's hand. Evil ghost, take this. Qin Jiuyang had already secretly tied 3 strands of black hair on his thumb. As he recited the incantation, 3 strands of hair appeared on the evil ghost's little finger. Qin Jiuyang's eyes were like lightning, and he extended his finger into the thunderbolt-covered bell. His palm was unharmed, but, creak, the Asura's palm was instantly charred, and it emitted a charred smell. Curse technique. I did not expect you to possess curse techniques as well. The Azura had suffered a small loss, and his face glowed with a ferocious light. 2 beams of misty black light shot out from his eyes, landing on his little finger. Qin Zhuoyang's face suddenly turned red, and his face contorted in pain. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His little finger gave off a cracking sound, and a cracking sound could be heard. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Cutting off the connection of the curse technique, ever since he had met the enemy, this was the first time that his curse technique had been cut off. His body had suffered a backlash, and he had suffered a serious injury. You are asking for death. The Azura gave a ferocious grunt, and his Tujong body took a step forward. A pair of fists, which were the size of a head, surged with a crazy ghost fog, and attacked the 3 of them ferociously. Su Yu's gaze turned cold, and he took out the last thunderbolt charm. With a rumble, the thunderbolt exploded, engulfing the Azura. The thunderbolt within the charm was something that even the Ghost King was afraid of, much less the Azura. The Azura was caught off guard, and his fists were struck by the thunderbolt. At once, he let out a pathetic cry, and his fists were badly mutilated by the thunderbolt. Lad, I will kill you first. What caused him to be furious was that the person who had injured him the most was this inconspicuous person. Don't even think about it. Gang Daily and Qin Zhuoyang shouted, charging forward. Scram! The Azura let out a loud roar, and his whole body surged with ghost energy. His fists, which were the size of a head, recovered quickly, and left behind after images as he attacked the 2 of them. Thump, 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 the 3 figures retreated in an instant. The power of a single person had forced the 3 of them to retreat. Wasn't this scene similar to when Long Wuxin had suppressed them? Let's use our full power. This Azura is not much weaker than Long Wuxin. Gang Daily's expression was grave. With a flash of light on the surface of his body, he revealed his true appearance. Su Yu was shocked with just one look. That was not a human. It was clearly a non-human creature with the head of a flood dragon, but the body of a human. Gang Daily was not a human, and he was not a creature that had ever appeared in the Zhenlong continent. Even the Azura was stunned. A foreign race. What a surprise. A foreign race could sneak into the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Qin Zhuoyang was also shocked. He had never expected Elder Ju's disciple to have such an appearance, but sensing that it was Gang Daily's aura, Su Yu quickly calmed down. The most important thing now was to quickly deal with the ghost in front of him. Qin Zhuoyang clenched his teeth, removing his jade crown. His long black hair danced in the air. His 10 fingers were all entangled by the dense strands of hair. A crimson light flashed on Su Yu's back, and his clone appeared. His main body and clone each formed a small ball of origin. Attack! Gang Daily's flood dragon head let out a low grunt. His body instantly expanded by 3 times, reaching a height of 20 Chinese feet. His whole body was covered in black flood dragon scales, and he looked extremely mighty. His flood dragon body charged forward, colliding with the body of the Azura. The Azura's expression turned serious, and he put away his relaxed expression, waiting with rapt attention. Thump! With a dull thud, the 2 giants collided, and they were evenly matched. Gang Daily, who had revealed his main body, had the power of a top-notch half-god. If the mysterious heavenly battle had been used previously, Long Wuxin might not have been the one to laugh at the world. At the same time, Qin Zhuoyang also attacked. His fingernails lightly scratched, and a thin wound appeared on his chest. But the Azura suddenly let out a pathetic cry. A 3-foot-deep wound appeared on his chest, revealing his bones. The more strands of hair there were, the greater the rebound damage. In the mysterious heavenly battle, Qin Zhuoyang had held back a great deal of his abilities. Finally, Su Yu used 2 extreme origins, 1 ice and 1 fire, to attack the Azura's body. At that moment, the Azura's body suddenly exploded. His arms were blasted into pieces, and a huge, bloody hole appeared on his chest. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, the Azura was half dead. But the Azura did not feel any pain. Instead, he let out a ferocious laugh, letting out an extremely hoarse and unfamiliar voice. Hehehe, thank you for releasing me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the ghost fog rolled. The ghost fog in the entire evil ghost valley was like a whale swallowing water, frantically gathering toward the battered Azura. From the outside, the ghost fog that enveloped the evil ghost valley all year round had suddenly shrunk. The evil ghost valley, which had been hidden in the ghost fog all year round, had revealed its true appearance. How was that a valley? It was clearly a giant head the size of a valley. The head was ferocious, and it was definitely not human. Its body was as big as a giant mountain. The so-called entrance to the evil ghost valley was none other than its mouth. And that long and narrow tunnel was the location of the skeleton's throat. Ha 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 ha, I have been trapped in this stupid creature for so long. Finally, someone has destroyed its body and broken the seal. A maniacal laugh shook the entire skeleton. The expressions of Yu Chan and the other three, who were rushing over, changed. This is the aura of the fairy realm. Su Yu and the other two retreated frantically, their hearts pounding as they looked at the pile of flesh. Within the pile of flesh, there was a movement. A ghost the size of a palm appeared. It was no different from the Tujong ghost from before, but it was extremely small. However, in those pale eyes, there was a ruthlessness that bordered on madness. Its body also had a suffocating spiritual pressure. Fairy realm. Gang Daily's dragon head revealed a terrified expression, spitting out two words with difficulty. Chapter 458. I have finally come out. The palm-sized ghost laughed maniacally, its laughter shaking the clouds. Yu Chan's expression changed, and she shouted without hesitation, "Retreat!" Yang Jian and the other two were already scared out of their wits. How could they hesitate after hearing what was said? The ghost laughed maniacally. "Humph, since you are here, do you think you can leave so easily?" The ghost clenched its fist, and a shocking ghost fog rushed out of its body, forming a Tenjong ghost claw. The ghost fog surged and pressed down on Yu Chan and the other three. The power it contained was that of the fairy realm. Yu Chan's expression changed. "Be careful." The four of them were shocked, and they tried their best to resist. Yu Chan weaved signs with both of her hands, and a brilliant white lotus appeared above her head, emitting a gentle light. It formed a light cover, and it only managed to envelop Yang Jian, who was closest to it. Junior sister Yi and senior brother Bai revolved their spiritual energy to protect their bodies in fear. At the same time, they quickly pasted several talismans with strong spiritual pressure on their bodies, forming a protective light cover. Bang! The ghost claw slammed down fiercely, its power like the Milky Way. The giant skeleton shook violently. At that moment, the ghost claw crumbled, turning into waves of fog that surged in all directions. In its place, there was a giant claw print that was 3 jong deep. Within the claw print, there was a white robe and a palace dress, hiding 2 piles of flesh. Junior sister Yi and senior brother Bai, who were half gods, did not even have time to scream before they were smashed into meat paste. In the center of the palm, there was a cracked lotus, emitting a weak, gentle light cover. The light barrier was also covered in cracks, protecting the two of them within. It was Yu Chan and Yang Jian. Yu Chan had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her delicate body was trembling slightly. The destruction of the lotus had caused her to suffer a strong backlash. Although Yang Jian had avoided death, he had suffered an intense shock, and his face was as pale as a sheet. With just a palm in the air, the 4 half-gods were almost completely destroyed. To be able to block my palm, what a surprise. The small ghost was slightly surprised. Yu Chan knew that she had already reached her limit, and she could not withstand a second attack. "Interesting, come here." The small ghost spoke in a commanding tone. Yu Chan hesitated slightly, but she did not dare to disobey. She suppressed her shock and came here. Yu Chan looked at Su Yu and the other 2 people without batting an eyelid. She then bowed and paid her respects. "I did not know that this is where you are. Please forgive me." Yang Jian's face was filled with fear as he greeted him while trembling with fear. The small ghost chuckled. "Cut the crap. Since you know that you've disturbed my peace, you should know the consequences. However, since you were able to block my attack, it's not that I can't give you a chance." Hearing this, Yu Chan and Yang Jian were secretly delighted. The small ghost had a mocking smile on its face as it looked at Su Yu and the other 2. The three of you, since you let me out, I will give you a chance to live. It's very simple, submit to me. The small ghost chuckled. Pledge allegiance. Thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, and they couldn't help but feel hesitant. Junior Young Jen pays his respects to Milord. With a flash of yellow light, Young Jen knelt on the ground without any hesitation and chose to acknowledge him as his master. Yu Chan was slightly angry, but she did not dare express it. But at that moment, the small ghost let out an evil laugh. I'm not done yet. Not everyone can become my subordinate. Out of the 5 of you, only 2 can become my subordinates. As for which 2, it will depend on your abilities. Those who can survive will submit to me. Was he asking them to kill each other? The group of people shuddered, secretly observing the small ghost. They suddenly felt that the ghost was exceptionally ferocious. Milord, please allow me to challenge you first. Young Jen's eyeballs turned quickly. He who struck first had the upper hand. The small ghost crossed its arms in front of its chest and laughed weirdly. All right, you will go first. Remember, there is only life and death. Young Jen stood up, his cold eyes like lightning as he fixed his gaze on Suyu without hesitation. Firstly, his abilities were the weakest, and he could be killed without any doubt. Secondly, previously at the entrance of the cave, Suyu's talisman had caused him to be in a sorry state. It was time for him to take revenge. I choose you, come out. Young Jen had an imposing aura. He did not take a wandering martial artist like Suyu seriously. He had even berated Suyu and his group of people as country bumpkins. Now that things had come to this, Yu Chan could not do anything. She could only send a message in a low voice. Do not be careless. The Azura guarding this place was killed by them. Their abilities have obviously exceeded our expectations. This Heaven Master most likely also possesses extraordinary abilities. You need to be careful. Hearing this, Young Jen shot a glance at the Azura, whose body had exploded. His expression turned cold, and he no longer underestimated them. Suyu froze for a moment, recovering from his thoughts. You want to challenge me? That's fine. The crystal on Young Jen's back glowed, and a crystal sword flew out from his back, landing in Young Jen's palm. The crystal sword emitted a sword glow, and the sharp sword energy revolved continuously from its sharp edge. Country bumpkin, without the help of spells, let's see how you block my sword. Young Jen let out a cold grunt. The crystal sword drew a fragmentary shadow in the air, slashing down ferociously from above. Whoosh explosions could be heard in the air. The piercingly cold sword energy created a faintly discernible floating wave in the air. The illusion that he was about to be sliced in half by the sword filled his heart. Suyu was calm as usual. He weaved a sign with one hand, and a pale white ice ball revolved rapidly in his palm. It was the ice origin. With a flick of his finger, the ice origin created a large amount of cold fog, surging forward. Crack, clang, with a dull sound, the crystal sword and the ice ball brushed past each other. The yellow-robed figure retreated quickly. It was Young Jen who revealed a shocked expression. Ice path origin. The ice sword in his palm was covered in frost. Even his palm, which was holding the sword, was covered in frost. If he had hesitated for even a moment, the frost would have followed the crystal sword and turned his palm into ice. Yu Chan, who was at the side, raised her eyebrows, revealing a surprised expression. Among the wandering martial artists, less than 10% of them can cultivate the origin. Even though this wandering martial artist's cultivation level is not high, he has deep attainments in ice techniques. But the difference in their cultivation levels is too great. That sword just now only used 30% of Young Jen's abilities. If that was all he had, he would most likely not be Young Jen's match. Young Jen revealed an annoyed expression. He had thought that he had a 90% chance of winning, but he was a little difficult to deal with. Humph. Country bumpkin, I admit that I have belittled you. But that is all. Young Jen weaved signs with both hands, and the crystal sword in his palm floated by itself. As Young Jen's signs became faster, not only did the crystal sword give off a dazzling brilliance, it also flew around Young Jen continuously. Without anyone controlling it, the divine artifact could fly by itself. Don't think that you are the only one who can touch the origin. Quick! Yang Jian gave a low grunt. When the ice techniques were cultivated to the extreme, it was the origin. When the sword techniques were cultivated to the extreme, they could also reach a godly level. Flying sword. Yu Chan had a look of admiration. Yang Jian's attainments in the sword techniques far exceed that of a normal person. With the power of this sword, coupled with the suppression of his cultivation level, there is no longer any suspense in this battle. With a low grunt, the crystal sword glowed and abruptly pierced toward Su Yu. Its speed was extremely fast. Its body disappeared without a trace, and only a black remnant line was left on the ground. When Su Yu reacted, the sword had already arrived in front of his chest. It looked like the sword was about to pierce through Su Yu on the spot. But Su Yu's expression remained calm. He patted his chest with one hand, and a dazzling golden dagger appeared in his palm. That dagger was the golden scale dagger from before. Without hesitation, Su Yu flipped his palm and waved it in front of him, accurately slashing the crystal sword. Crack! A scene that shocked both Yang Jian and Yu Chan appeared. The middle-grade divine artifact, the crystal sword, was split into two by the golden dagger, from the tip of the sword to the hilt. From the beginning to the end, the golden dagger cut the crystal sword into two, as if it was cutting a piece of paper. A golden scale dagger that was successfully forged from gold phosphate rock. Yu Chan recognized the material of the sword and was slightly surprised. From what I know, adding a little bit of gold phosphate rock can increase the sharpness of a weapon. Among wandering martial artists, only the top wandering martial artists possess a small amount of gold phosphate rock. What is up with this heaven master? He does not seem like a normal wandering martial artist. Pooh! Yang Jian spat out a mouthful of blood after the divine artifact that he had forged was destroyed on the spot. His heart was filled with shock, and his figure retreated frantically, but the golden scale dagger reacted faster than him. After separating the crystal sword, it did not slow down in the slightest, shooting toward Yang Jian. As Yang Jian's divine artifact was destroyed, he was momentarily distracted. Hence, by the time he reacted, the golden scale dagger was already a jong away from him. Ah! Get out of my way! Yang Jian's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. He was extremely shocked, letting out a ferocious roar as he revolved the spiritual energy in his body to protect his body. Creak! But the spiritual energy protecting his body was like paper in front of the golden scale dagger, and it was sliced apart in an instant. However, there was a split second of resistance. Yang Jian had narrowly escaped death and shifted 3 feet to the side. With an extremely dangerous shift, he managed to avoid this sure-kill strike. He heaved a sigh of relief. But at that moment, he heard Yu Chan's shriek. No. After that, Yang Jian felt his whole body turn cold. When he lowered his head to take a look, his chest was pierced through, and a bloody hole had appeared. An ice-long sword had pierced through his heart and came out of his body. Turning his head back to take a look with difficulty, Su Yu pulled out the ice sword expressionlessly. He then said indifferently, "I'm sorry that you died in the hands of a country bumpkin like me." Yang Jian's eyes darkened. Even at the moment of his death, he did not dare believe that his life would end just like that. His body turned limp, and his life force was quickly depleted. He died on the spot. After doing that, Su Yu raised his hand and beckoned, keeping the golden scale dagger. He then looked toward Yu Chan with a dull expression. "You are the only one left. It seems like you no longer have a chance." After his speech, Gang Daily and Qin Zhuoyang took a step forward, standing on both sides of Su Yu. Only 2 of them could live. Su Yu and the other 2 would definitely have to kill each other. But before that, they had to kill Yu Chan first. That was the consensus of the 3 of them. It was 3 against 1. Even that Azura had been killed by the 3 of them, let alone Yu Chan, who was in front of them. Even though she was slightly more powerful, she was not as powerful as that Azura. Seeing that, Yu Chan's expression changed abruptly. She wanted to escape, but with the unknown ghost guarding at the side, how could she dare to escape? Chapter 459. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A brilliant white lotus once again appeared around her body, forming a powerful defense. Even though it was slightly damaged, it was not something a half-god could easily break. Come. Yu Chan swiped at her waist, taking out a fiery red ring from thin air. The spiritual pressure it emitted was that of a top-notch middle-grade divine artifact. Su Yu and the other two turned serious. Su Yu summoned his clone, forming ice and fire origins at the same time. Qin Jiuyang grabbed a handful of long hair, wrapping it around his ring finger. Gang Daily once again revealed his shocking true form, the head of a flood dragon and the body of a human. But in front of Yu Chan, he intentionally used a divine glow to hide his true form, only looking strangely tall. The tension between the four of them could explode at any moment. The petite ghost by the side stood with its arms crossed, a mocking smile on its face. Kill. Su Yu let out a low growl. Both sides attacked. Rumble. The moment they attacked, the space around them fluctuated violently, their power terrifying. But the expected violent collision did not happen, because the attacks from both sides were aimed in the same direction at the same time. The petite ghost. Regardless of whether it was Yu Chan or Su Yu and the other two, they all attacked the ghost at the same time. The enmity in their eyes had long disappeared, replaced by a common enemy. The mocking expression of the petite ghost was suddenly replaced by surprise. His ring finger was wrapped by a large amount of hair. As for Su Yu's ice and fire origins, they all struck Qin Jiuyang's body. Qin Jiuyang was unscathed from the extreme attack, but the petite ghost's body was sent flying with a bang. As the ghost was flying, the two Zhong tall Gang Daily used his terrifying physical body to crash into the ghost's body. With a crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from within the ghost's body. At the same time, a fiery red ring of light struck the ghost's back. Puff, the ghost suffered a huge shock, spitting out a mouthful of black blood mixed with bits of flesh. Following which, the white lotus above Yu Chan's head glowed, enveloping Su Yu and the other two within it. The four of them stared at the ghost that had suffered 4 consecutive attacks, their expressions cold and solemn. The ghost heavily smashed into the skull wall. Several wounds appeared all over its body, and the ghost mist churned. Ahem. With a light cough, the ghost slowly crawled out. Its head was lowered, making it impossible to see the expression in its eyes. Hee. Suddenly, the ghost let out a string of horrifying sneers. His laughter was low, icy cold, and filled with boundless venomous killing intent. I was tricked by a group of human ants. When did you guys collude? Su Yu said indifferently. After the two of them were forced to come here, we joined forces with Yu Chan through telepathy. However, just as we formed an alliance and was about to send a sound transmission to that idiot Yang Jian, in order to drag out an ignoble existence, he was anxious to kill me. In order to ensure that you didn't suspect anything, I could only get rid of him first. If Yang Jian knew about this in the underworld, how regretful would he be? What's the point of joining hands? In front of me, you are just ants at the immortal realm. I can annihilate you with a flick of my finger. A powerful aura erupted from the ghost's body. However, the four of them remained unmoved. At this point, you're still putting on an act. If you really had the abilities of the fairy realm, would you still need to scare us into killing each other so that you could get rid of the last two? Su Yu went straight to the point. I had my suspicions from the start. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion would not allow the existence of the fairy realm. However, you were able to survive unscathed. It is obvious that you do not have the cultivation level of the fairy realm. If I am not wrong, that attack just now used up most of your energy in order to scare us. Now, you are very weak. If the other party was really the fairy realm, how could he not have detected Su Yu and the others' telepathy right in front of him? Furthermore, if he was really the fairy realm, why would he be sealed in the body of an Azura, unable to escape? However, after hearing this, the small ghost did not panic. Instead, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, interesting. You guys are much smarter than I thought. Not bad. Back then, I was heavily injured. In order to avoid being killed, I had no choice but to hide in the body of this Azura. However, my injuries worsened, and I was sealed in the Azura's body, unable to escape. My abilities now are only 1/100th of my peak. But, humph humph. The small ghost laughed coldly. Even so, do you think you can fight against me? I have no choice but to tell you that you have made the wrong move. The small ghost opened his mouth, spitting out a black fog. Within the fog was a blood-red token. The token was made of human bones, and the word WAN was inlaid on it. Su Yu and the others did not understand, but Yu Chan's body was trembling. Her face was trembling, her eyes filled with fear. She said with a trembling voice, "Ghost prison token, how? How is this possible?" According to the records, most of the ghost prison envoys were killed in a battle between humans and ghosts 100 years ago. How is it possible that you are still alive? The words ghost prison were like a terrifying taboo, causing the calm Yu Chan to completely lose her composure. He. Looks like the human race still remembers us, the ghost prison envoys. The small ghost laughed evilly, grabbing the ghost prison token. Su Yu did not understand, but Gang Daily retreated slowly. The ball of light on his body flickered. His eyes were filled with shock. Qin Jiuyang's expression changed. "Brother Daily, Miss Yu Chan, what is this ghost prison? What is the ghost prison token?" Gang Daily's body trembled, a fear that came from his soul. He said with a trembling voice, "The ghost prison is a terrifying force. It suddenly appeared in Jojo 100 years ago and wiped out more than 90% of the human race. The human race was almost wiped out. The one who almost wiped out the human race was the ghost prison envoys. There were only 10,000 of them, but even the ghost prison envoys ranked 10,000 were unimaginably strong. At the very least, my master could not even take on a single finger of the ghost prison envoys." After hearing what was said, Su Yu gasped. He did not know how big Jojo was. But Gang Daily's master, the sloppy old man, could not even take on a single finger of the ghost prison envoys ranked 10,000. What level of ability is that? Su Yu was shocked beyond words. Gang Daily spat out 2 words in fear. "Divine Master! Divine Master!" Su Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. The little ghost in front of him was a heavily injured Divine Master. After saying this, Gang Daily did not even have a shred of fighting spirit. "Run, if you can escape, that's good." Whoosh! Yu Chan had already turned to escape before they arrived. She, too, had lost her fighting spirit. Su Yu's scalp turned numb. Without hesitation, he also turned to escape. The little ghost had a mocking expression. "You forced me to use the ghost prison token. Do you think you can escape?" The little ghost opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood fog onto the ghost prison token. At once, the ghost prison token glowed with a bloody light. A blood-red ripple emitted a nauseating stench of blood, radiating from the ghost prison token. Thump! The giant skeleton exploded into pieces on the spot under the radiation of the blood-red ripple. Su Yu and his group of people were running wildly, unable to escape the radiation of the ripple. Ah! With a horrible shriek, Qin Jiuyang's blood gushed out from his pores. He, who was running, fainted on the spot. The divine light on Gang Daily's body was instantly annihilated. His huge body, which was 20 feet tall, exploded with a bang. He returned to his 7-foot body, which was badly mutilated. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but he lay limp on the ground. As for Yu Chan, who was the first to escape, she was also affected by the radiation. The lotus light barrier that enveloped her body lasted for a moment before it shattered on the spot. Yu Chan, who had suffered 2 backlashes, rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. When the radiation passed and the dust settled, Su Yu and the other 3 people lay on the ground, their fates unknown. They, who had just been attacked by the little ghost, had fallen to such a state in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! With a flash of the ghost fog, the little ghost walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. "You are too inexperienced to fight with me." Suddenly, the little ghost raised his eyebrows, looking at Su Yu in surprise. "Hey, this is..." The body of the clearly unconscious Su Yu gradually turned into a ball of emerald green flames, disappearing with a puff. "It's a clone." He suddenly remembered that Su Yu had used a clone when he used his cultivation technique previously. The little ghost was shocked. The clone was here, which meant that his main body was not dead. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from behind him. The little ghost's expression changed, turning his head in disbelief. Behind him was the red-haired Su Yu. The other party wore black armor, his expression calm, and he stood with one hand clasped behind his back. There were not many injuries on his body, only his red hair was a little messy. You are not injured. Unbelievable. Hey, your armor. Imp's eyes suddenly focused, and he sucked in a breath of air. Hiss. Hiss. This is a high-grade spiritual artifact. It was forged using the bones of a divine master and the extremely rare eternal stone. Who are you? Why do you have a high-grade spiritual artifact to protect yourself? The little ghost's expression turned serious. Suyu looked at Gang Daily and the other two. After confirming that they still had life, he relaxed and sighed. This is good too. Now, I can use my abilities to my heart's content. Lad, I am asking you a question. The little ghost spoke, his eyes never leaving Suyu's armor. Even the little ghost revealed a greedy expression when he saw the armor. Suyu looked at him coldly. A person who is about to die has no need to know. Hearing this, the little ghost could not help but laugh. If a few of your companions still had the ability to fight, I might be a little afraid. But you are the only one left. Do you think you can deal with me with your insignificant origin? Won't you know after trying? Suyu's gaze flickered. Suddenly, an extremely sharp steel needle shot out from the dust on the ground where the doppelganger had scattered. The tip of the steel needle glowed with a faint glow. It was an extremely potent poison. The steel needle had appeared suddenly, without any warning. Even the little ghost had not expected an attack to suddenly appear behind him, but he merely moved his body to the side casually, easily dodging the sneak attack of the steel needle. Hehe, you want to use this sneak attack against me? You are too naive. The little ghost sneered. His figure moved, turning into a lump of black fog, abruptly flashing toward Suyu. His figure was like an after-image, unable to be seen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Steel needles shot out from the ground one after another, forming a formation of 9 angles with the previous steel needle. Moreover, the little ghost had been surrounded in an ambush. The steel needles at opposite corners flew toward each other, forming emerald green after images. Within the formation, the steel needles formed a net. The fine after images made it impossible for anyone who was trapped within to escape. This is the 9 Suns Cosmos Sword Formation. Chapter 460. In the blink of an eye, his small body was pierced through. In a short while, there were 9 apertures on his body. Inside the apertures, a large amount of ghost fog flowed out and evaporated. The little ghost roared in pain and tried to break through the seal of the 9 yin-yang formation with the ghost fog. However, the impenetrable sword formation sealed his body and kept passing through his body. His palm-sized body was soon covered with needle holes. The large amount of ghost fog that he had swallowed also flowed out of his body through the needle holes. His aura weakened as the ghost fog flowed out. His arrogant arrogance was greatly diminished. If this continued, he would be strangled to death. At the last moment, he seemed to have finally reacted. He formed a seal with his hands and pointed at his glabella. Immediately, an extremely pure ghostly mist appeared from his glabella and condensed into a suit of armor that covered his body. At the same time, the ghost prison token with terrifying power was taken out again. The little ghost bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of black blood fog. The ghost prison token instantly had blood chi soaring into the sky. A disgusting smell of blood spread out again. The layer of blood light covered the little ghost. The surface of the light shield flickered like a layer of fresh blood. It was abnormally bloody and evil. Poof, the steel needle flew over again. However, after piercing through the liquid-like light shield, its speed was greatly reduced. When it reached the opponent's armor, there was a clanging sound and the steel needle was rebounded. The other 8 steel needles were the same. They could not break through his body anymore. The little ghost's nervous expression was completely relieved. His body was weak and the ghost fog kept flowing out. At this moment, he was panting heavily. His black face had some dark purple color and he looked very embarrassed. In his eyes, there was still fear that had not been removed. Phew. So it wasn't the 9 Suns Cosmos Sword Formation, but just a simplified version of an ordinary sword formation. I was curious, that kind of sword formation should have been lost 100 years ago. Imp was gasping for breath, and he looked extremely lucky. Obviously, after a short period of panic, he finally realized that he was not facing the real 9 yin-yang cosmos sword formation. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. How could he have survived until now? When he saw that the other party had executed 9 middle-tier god-tier steel needles, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking about how he had almost died at the hands of this human brat before him, deep anger and humiliation appeared on Imp's maroon face. You should be satisfied that you've forced me to this extent. Open! The little ghost shouted. The blood-red flowing light around his body turned into a radiating ripple that spread in all directions. The 9 steel needles that formed the formation wailed and were swept away. I would like to see how you can deal with me without these 9 steel needles. The little ghost gnashed his teeth in hatred toward Su Yu. His murderous intent was extremely strong. In fact, he could even vaguely feel a trace of fear. The 9 yin-yang formation had indeed given him a great deal of panic and injury. If he didn't have the ghost prison token to protect him, he would have failed miserably and been killed by this kid. Puff, once again, the little ghost spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the ghost prison token, and a blood-red light shot up into the sky. After repeatedly using the blood essence secret technique, Imp's complexion was dark purple. It was obvious that the consumption was extremely great. Kid, give me your life. With a loud roar, the blood-red light that filled the sky formed a blood-red ghostly claw in the sky. In terms of power, it was no weaker than the strike of the fairy realm that he had unleashed previously. The ghostly claw flickered, containing a destructive spiritual pressure. It slammed toward Su Yu from the sky. Before the palm had even landed, an extremely strong pressure came crashing down from the sky. With Su Yu at the center, the wasteland sank by more than 3 feet. Su Yu himself was also under an indescribable pressure, the bones in his body letting out cracking sounds. Streaks of fresh blood spurted out from his 5 senses. Before the palm had even landed, Su Yu was already in a life-and-death crisis. If the palm had landed, even with the protection of the Eternal Stone King armor, he might not have ended up like Junior Yi and Senior Bai, turning into a pile of minced meat. At the critical moment, Su Yu's eyes glowed. The time has come. Rise. At that moment, the little ghost was standing outside the palm, laughing maniacally. It was as if he could see Su Yu being turned into minced meat. 99% of his attention was on Su Yu. He did not notice that the ground beneath his feet had suddenly split open. An extremely dazzling golden light flew out from it, and suddenly enveloped the little demon in the golden light from below. When the little ghost realized it, the golden light was already beneath his feet. His expression changed. Without hesitation, he spat out a mouthful of ghostly fog, forcefully sending the golden light flying. What caused the little ghost's expression to change was that the golden light was extremely magical. When the ghostly fog came into contact with the golden light, it dissipated on the spot. The golden light also dissipated slightly, revealing its true form. It was a golden ring the size of a palm, various Sanskrit words were carved on it, and a Buddha statue was faintly discernible. Beside the golden ring, the sound of chanting Sanskrit could be heard faintly. When the sound entered his ears, the little ghost felt a splitting headache. The ghostly fog within his body surged violently, escaping from his body. The ghost-suppressing golden ring, the most valuable Buddhist treasure. When the little ghost saw the true form of the golden ring, he let out a shrill cry once again. As for the golden ring, it flew over in an instant, wrapping itself around his waist and binding his body. The ghostly fog within his body was completely suppressed, unable to move. The ghost prison token in his hand fell from the sky, powerless to hold it. Without anyone activating it, the red light of the ghost prison token receded, returning to its normal blood-red appearance. The palm that was attacking Su Yu suddenly dissipated into thin air. Whoosh! Su Yu waved his hand, grabbing the ghost prison token that had fallen into his palm. He then quickly threw it into the cosmos mirror. Seeing that, the little ghost was shocked and furious. Stop! But at that moment, he could not even protect himself. With great difficulty, he used his hands to push open the golden ring, wanting to escape from within. The golden light of the golden ring dimmed. As the little ghost struggled, it expanded continuously, showing signs of escaping. Seeing that, Suyu weaved signs with one hand without hesitation. Quick! The steel needles that had been sent flying formed the 9 yin-yang formation once again, trapping the little ghost within. Seeing this, the little ghost was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Stop! Wait, we can negotiate. If you let me go, I will give you countless benefit. But Suyu ignored him. His eyes glowed as he activated the 9 yin-yang formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart was like a thunderstorm, drowning out the little ghost's pathetic cries. In an instant, his body was pierced thousands of times, rotting. But Suyu did not stop. The 9 yin-yang formation continued to operate. Until there were no more pathetic cries, Suyu gradually slowed down the formation. How could there be any little ghost? There was only a ground of flesh. The ghost-suppressing golden ring was covered in black ghost blood. Even in death, the little ghost could not escape its suppression, turning into a pile of flesh. But Suyu had no intention of stopping. He swept his gaze across the pile of flesh, then shot out a ball of raging flames without hesitation, enveloping the pile of flesh. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly sounded out from within the meat paste. A ghost head the size of a finger, its body covered in flames, let out a painful cry. Its tiny eyes were filled with hatred. I will fight you to the death. That tiny ghost head was actually the little ghost. Even though he had turned into a pile of flesh, he had not died. Instead, he had hidden within the pile of flesh, trying to bluff his way through. Only when he was roasted by Suyu's raging flames did he reveal himself. Seeing the ghost head pouncing toward him, Suyu's eyes flashed. The 9 yin-yang formation quickly operated, instantly turning the ghost head into a pile of flesh. Its pathetic cries came to an abrupt end. At the same time, Suyu spat out a mouthful of flames, burning the ghost head's pile of flesh into ashes. Following that, he burned all of the little ghost's body parts into ashes. Only then did he relax. That little ghost could not be more dead. Looking at the ashes on the ground, Suyu was exhausted. He could no longer hide his pale face. Both the 9 yin-yang formation and the ghost-suppressing golden ring consumed a lot of spirit energy. If he had not broken through to Heaven Master and successfully formed the spirit energy crystal, he would not have been able to activate these two treasures. But even though he had expended a lot of energy, he had finally managed to kill the little ghost. Suddenly, Suyu's gaze swept past the little ghost's ashes. He suddenly realized that there was a pitch-black shriek within the ashes. Grabbing the air, a thumb-sized black crystal appeared in his palm. Suyu was not unfamiliar with this item. Previously, when he had killed a Rakshasa, he had obtained an item called the Ghost Crystal. It contained spirit energy and ghost energy. But the one before him was not only much smaller than the Rakshasa, but it also contained very little spirit energy. After examining it for a moment, Suyu was shocked. Hey, this is vital energy and ghost energy. The crystal contained vital energy that the Zhenlong continent did not have. Suyu was overjoyed. This little ghost was at least at the fairy realm. The ghost crystal in its body must have been formed from vital energy. With a face full of excitement, Suyu tried to extract the vital energy within. But he realized that not only was the ghost crystal abnormally hard, but the vital energy within had also been solidified. He could not extract it. This caused Suyu, who had planned to use the vital energy within the ghost crystal to completely heal Ling Xiaotian, to feel slightly disappointed. At that moment, he heard a groan. Yu Chan had actually woken up. Suyu's expression changed. He waved his sleeves, scattering the little ghost's ashes. At the same time, he stored the ghost crystal and eternal stone king armor, lying on the ground without a word. At that moment, Yu Chan slowly opened her eyes. Gang Daily and Qin Jiuyang had also woken up. The three of them were a little confused at first, but their expressions changed drastically. Ghost Prison Envoy. Yu Chan and Gang Daily cried out involuntarily, getting up to escape. But after scanning their surroundings, the two of them forced themselves to calm down. The place was a mess. Where was the little ghost? Moreover, if the little ghost had wanted to kill them, he would have done so while they were unconscious. The three of them looked around with rapt attention. After confirming that they could no longer feel the little ghost's aura, they were completely at ease. Chapter 461. Gang Daily also felt that it was inconceivable. This little demon is determined to kill us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out the ghost prison token. He must have encountered something, so he didn't have the time to care about us. Regarding this, Yu Chan deeply agreed. This is the only explanation. Brother Black Snow, wake up. Qin Zhuoyang supported Su Yu up with concern. Seeing Su Yu's expression, which looked as if he had used up too much energy, he immediately injected a tiny bit of spiritual energy into Su Yu. Only then did Su Yu wake up. His expression changed abruptly. Where is the ghost prison envoy? Qin Zhuoyang heaved a sigh of relief and laughed at himself. Looks like our luck is better. Maybe that brat met an expert and was scared away. Otherwise, with just the four of us, it would be impossible for us to survive from the hands of the ghost prison envoy. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was flabbergasted. Are we that lucky? Gang Daily's body was once again enveloped by the light and shadow. He grinned and said, we are lucky this time. Who would have thought that we would provoke such a ferocious monster for the sake of a transmission array? Yu Chan looked at Gang Daily with a pensive look in her eyes. I don't think we can stay here any longer. God knows if the ghost prison messenger will come back. Let's go check the teleportation array first. I wonder if the battle just now affected the teleportation array. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze and they rushed to the side of the pit. What caused them to heave a sigh of relief was that although this place was messy, because it was located in a deep crater, it was not affected much, so the teleportation formation could naturally be used. Su Yu and the other two looked at Yu Chan at the same time, exchanging glances secretly. Yu Chan, on the other hand, felt a chill in her heart as she made a move to escape. Having personally witnessed the strength of the three of them when they joined forces, Yu Chan did not think that she could contend against them. However, Gang Daily smiled faintly and said, considering that we fought against the ghost prison emissary together, if Miss Yu Chan doesn't care about the grudges between you and your companion, why don't you come with us? Yu Chan's expression eased up, and she said with a bitter smile, he's already dead, what grudge is there? I am not a person who is unable to distinguish right from wrong. I will let this matter rest. Young Master Black Snow, Sheep Slaying Sword, can only be blamed for his evil intentions. He deserved to die, and it has nothing to do with you. With such a promise, the group finally felt relieved and stepped onto the teleportation formation to leave. The 7th level of the Divine Pavilion. Qin Xiana was fleeing in a sorry state, and her face was pale. Beside him was Long Wuxin, who was drenched in blood and had a golden complexion. Her clothes were torn and tattered, revealing a large portion of her snow-white skin. The arrogance in her beautiful eyes was replaced by seriousness and shock. Are those the outer court disciples of the 9 prefectures? This is too scary. Long Wuxin turned her head to look at her back. The illusory ancient box had actually become much dimmer, and there were even some gaps in it. There were several ghastly wounds on her body, especially on her collarbone. There was a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. If it had been any higher, she would have been beheaded on the spot. As the strongest person in the Zhenlong continent, Long Wuxin had actually ended up like this. Xian it's all thanks to you and the death horn in your hands. Otherwise, we'll be killed by that outer court disciple on the spot. Long Wuxin looked at Xian whose face was pale and covered in dirt. Her gaze became much gentler. Even though she was a cold person, when faced with such a cute girl like Qin Xiana, she could not help but lovingly wipe the dirt off her shoulders. Qin Xiana drooped her head, full of grievances. That person is really bad. We were just passing by, and he chased after us. The people of the Zhenlong continent are the best. We have Brother Su Yu and Brother Black Snow, hey. Qin Xiana played with a black horn in her hand and giggled. Long Wuxin had a strange expression. Xian could it be that the Black Snow Devil King is interested in you? I can understand him helping you in the Dragon Abyss, but he even gave you a high-grade divine artifact. This is definitely not an ordinary situation. Qin Xiana opened her mouth in an exaggerated manner. Ah! Does Brother Black Snow like me? Thinking hard, Qin Xiana looked at the death horn in her hands. Her lips trembled, as if she was unwilling to part with it. However, she still shook her head with determination. I only want Brother Su Yu. If I see Brother Black Snow again, I will return the horn to him. Is that enough? Long Wuxin was silent. Speaking of which, the Black Snow Devil King had left a deep impression on her. She did not know why, but he gave her an unusually mysterious feeling. All right, don't think too much about it. Let's immediately head to the Fairy King's ruins recorded by the Heavenly Law Alliance. It is said that it is a relic that has yet to be excavated. It is suitable for the two of us to enter. There are many geniuses in the Jojo continent here. We must be careful and not be greedy. One relic is enough for us. Hearing this, Xiana nodded her head obediently. All right, I will listen to Sister Wuxin. Good girl. Long Wuxin rubbed her head affectionately, then brought her to the Fairy King's ruins. On the other side, Bai Qi stood on the peak of a mountain. A scroll flew out from his sleeve. The old man in it was slightly dissatisfied. Why didn't you get rid of the two of them? Hearing this, Bai Qi knelt down in fear and trepidation, revealing his true appearance. It was the Ghost King. Master, I sensed the presence of many geniuses from the 9 states. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I did not attack them. Hearing this, the old man felt that it was reasonable and did not pursue the matter further. All right, let's continue to look for the next transportation spell. The Ghost King bowed, his gaze looking in the direction of the Fairy King's ruins. In another area, Bai Luo and his group were walking on an extremely peaceful path. The 6 of them were not injured in the slightest. Yi Yu, the king is really a godly person, to have such a map. As long as we follow this path, we can avoid all the dangerous areas and enter the 8th Divine Pavilion. Yi Yu held a map in her hands, nodding her head. All right, the king's arrangements are naturally flawless. Bai Luo, who was leading the way, had a strange glow in his eyes. In another direction, the people from the 4 great ancient clans were rushing toward a dark forest. The person in the lead was Shang Ji. The world spun, and Su Yu once again felt the dizziness from the transportation. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was in an abandoned secret room covered in dust. Su Yu's soul was much stronger than theirs. Hence, he was the first to adapt to the dizziness. Looking around, the dust in the secret chamber was at least 3 inches deep. Stepping on it felt like stepping on a thick layer of cotton. It looked like no one had ever successfully used the transportation spell. Hence, no one had ever stepped onto the other end of the transportation spell. Suddenly, Su Yu saw a white skeleton in the corner of the wall. The clothes on the skeleton had already turned to ashes in the passage of time. Many parts of the skeleton's body had been eroded by the wind. Without a word, Su Yu flashed over. With a wave of his big sleeves, he blew away the dust around the skeleton. It was a broken sword and a badly decayed scripture. Su Yu grabbed with his palm, and the 2 items appeared in his palm. The broken sword was rotting, its glow no longer visible. It had completely lost its use. The scripture was releasing a weak spiritual energy, but the words recorded within were so blurry that they were difficult to read. He could only vaguely see the words demon prison dragon swallowing technique on the cover. At the same time, Su Yu felt an uncomfortable aura from the book. A demonic cultivation technique? Su Yu was slightly surprised. There were very few demonic cultivators in the Zhenlong continent, as there were no demonic cultivation techniques. It was impossible for Su Yu to cultivate demonic techniques. Moreover, the book was in tatters. Even if he got his hands on it, he would not be able to read it. Thinking for a moment, Su Yu prepared to throw the scripture away. You should keep it, Sir Black Snow. Yu Chan suddenly walked over from behind, looking at Su Yu's back with a surprised expression. She knew that none of the 3 of them would be a match for her in a one-on-one fight. But Su Yu was the first to awaken from the space transportation spell. When she opened her eyes, Su Yu had already taken the lead, looting the treasures. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was surprised. Could it be that such an item has value? Yu Chan smiled slightly and did not hide anything. To tell you the truth, on the last day of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, The strong martial artists who are participating in the auction will be conducting a trading event. The item in your hands might be useless trash to you, but it might be a rare treasure to some other people. This has not been the first time something like this has happened at the exchange meet. Hence, it is best to keep all the items you obtain along the way. There might be a surprise at the end. Hearing this, Su Yu's gaze flashed. Exchange meet. He had come to the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion not only to complete Elder Ju's mission, but also to find the materials to cultivate the evil-destroying silver eyes. He had already obtained the undead herb of the netherworld, but the lightning-avoiding silver pearl and the blood of a real dragon were still far away. It was wishful thinking for him to think that he could find them in the vast mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion alone. Hence, an exchange meet like this was a great opportunity for Su Yu. Where can it be opened? Su Yu asked. Yu Chan passed the address to Su Yu. At this moment, Gang Daily and Qin Juyang rushed over. The two of them were speechless. Brother Black Snow, you are really fast. In reality, they were extremely curious about the skeleton that had appeared. But when they realized that Su Yu had only obtained 2 broken items, their interest diminished. Otherwise, they would have asked for the items to be split equally according to their previous agreement. Su Yu laughed, storing the 2 items into the Cosmos Mirror. Isn't there a skeleton here? Brother Daily and Brother Joyoung, there is no need to be courteous with me. Take it. Hearing this, the two of them glared at him angrily. Even Yu Chan could not help but laugh. Even without Su Yu's reminder, the 3 of them had already started to inspect the skeleton. Other than some parts that have not been eroded, Yu Chan said casually, the rest of the place has been eroded. No one would want it even if we sold it to the demonic cultivators who collect human bones. They had inspected all the protruding or cracked walls. They had only managed to tear down the secret room. In the end, they had only obtained 2 broken pieces of porcelain. Let's go. Gang Daily was a little unlucky, kicking open the door of the secret room. A ray of sunlight entered the room, shining on the skeleton. Its shadow was elongated. Chapter 462. Just as he was wondering if it was an illusion, Su Yu suddenly froze. The skeleton had a total of 12 ribs, but the shadow on the ground only had 11. One of the ribs did not have a shadow. Su Yu felt that something was wrong, but he did not show it, laughing. Since you do not want the bones, I will take them. Hey! Gang Daily and Qin Joyoung were suspicious, once again examining the bones. When they confirmed that there were no abnormalities, their suspicions dissipated. As for Yu Chan, she looked at Su Yu with a profound gaze. The group left the secret room. What appeared in front of them was a vast and boundless grassland. The boundless green grassland made one feel carefree and relaxed. A cool breeze blew past the grassland, bringing with it the faint fragrance of the grass. It made one feel refreshed and extremely comfortable. But Su Yu and the group looked at the lush green grassland, creasing their brows at the same time. The grassland is too quiet, Qin Joyoung said seriously. Su Yu nodded slightly, his soul eyes sweeping across. His pupils could not help but dilate. In his field of vision, there was no soil under the green grassland. Instead, there were tens of thousands of corpses. Some were fresh, some were ancient, and a thick layer covered the entire ground of the grassland. The lush green grass grew on the countless corpses. As such, there was not even a worm in the area. It was dead silent. This should be the infamous corpse grassland. Yu Chan, who had also come out of the secret room, creased her brows. We have really chosen the worst transportation spell. Gang Daily said in a low voice, where is the danger in the corpse grassland? Yu Chan shook her head. I do not know, because those who entered the corpse grassland are all dead. No one knows where the danger in the corpse grassland lies. But this place is definitely a forbidden land. Su Yu flew into the sky, surveying his surroundings. He discovered that the secret room beneath his feet was on top of a pitch-black mountain rock. Looking across the vast grassland, there was only the mountain rock beneath their feet. The rest of the place was a neat, lush grassland. It was as if the secret room they were in was a lonely boat floating on a green sea. Thinking for some time, Su Yu took out a stone and threw it onto the lush grassland. Qin Zhuoyang and the rest observed carefully. However, when the stone landed on the grassland, there were no changes, nor did it cause any movement. This caused everyone present to feel even more disbelief. Exactly what is so dangerous about the corpse grassland? At that moment, Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly. Someone is coming. Looking in the direction of Su Yu's gaze, he could vaguely see a flying ship flying across the sky above the grassland. The flying boat was pitch black in color, and there was a huge skull pattern on it. Seeing this scene, Su Yu could not help but be stunned. How similar was this to the picture of a pirate ship that he knew of in his previous life? However, this pirate ship was filled with extremely powerful spiritual energy, which supported the entire ship in the air and flew rapidly. Before Gang Daily and the other two could reveal a hint of joy, Yu Chan's expression changed drastically. Not good. It's the soul-seizing palace's cultivators. Soul-seizing palace? Moreover, looking at Yu Chan's expression, it seemed that the people from the soul-seizing palace were quite scary. Seeing the blank expressions of Su Yu and the other two people, Yu Chan said in surprise, "Could it be that you have never heard of the soul-seizing palace? Within the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, have you not heard of the soul-seizing palace's evil reputation?" Yu Chan's face was filled with disbelief. Su Yu did not reply, but asked instead, "May I ask what kind of existence is the soul-seizing palace?" The soul-seizing palace is one of the top demon cultivators in the 18 blessed and heavenly land. They occupy a blessed and heavenly lands, and their disciples are known for being cruel and overbearing. In the outside world, they might not dare to be too overbearing due to the difference in power between them. However, in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, there is no one to restrain them. If we were to encounter them, we would most likely be in deep trouble. Demon cultivators? Su Yu was secretly shocked. He had never fought with a demon cultivator, so he did not know how strong the demon cultivators of the Jojo world were. Using his soul eyes, Su Yu scanned the flying ship. He could clearly see the people on the ship. After looking, his expression gradually changed. There are 7 half-gods, and at least 2 of them have abilities that are at the top. Looking at Su Yu's group, apart from Yu Chan and Gang Daily, Su Yu and Qin Zhuoyang were not at the top. Moreover, there were 7 of them. Other than that, there were more than 20 human kings on the ship, and more than 100 heaven masters. With such a lineup, unless Su Yu did not care about everyone and used all his trump cards, he might have a chance of victory. But that was under ideal circumstances. If he exposed everything, he would still die. 7 people. Yu Chan's expression changed. Not good. I'm afraid we have encountered the main force of the soul-seizing palace. This time around, the soul-seizing palace has sent a total of 2 teams. One of them is an outer sanctum disciple of the soul-seizing palace, acting alone. However, the other team has 7 half-gods and a large number of main forces. Yu Chan's expression was pale. However, she quickly added, "However, our luck isn't that bad. If we were to encounter this main force, we might still have a chance of escaping. But if we were to encounter that demon outer sanctum disciple, all 4 of us would die in his hands." Su Yu's expression changed slightly. The outer sanctum disciple of the soul-seizing palace was so powerful. The 4 of them had the experience of fighting against a top-notch half-god ghost, but Yu Chan still said such a thing. It could be seen that the so-called outer sanctum disciple was even more frightening than that ghost. Not good. They're coming here. The flying boat suddenly turned around and flew towards them. Leave quickly. Yu Chan let out a low grunt, taking the lead to escape in the opposite direction. Su Yu and the rest of them did not dare delay, turning to escape. Whoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, the 4 of them disappeared into the horizon of the boundless grassland like lightning. At that moment, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The flying ship landed on top of the black rock. With a whoosh, 7 figures descended from the rock. They were the 7 half-gods that Su Yu had seen before. The person in the lead was a youth with crimson hair. His eyes were a strange white color, sending shivers down one's spine. His eyes fixed on Su Yu and the rest of them, his expression ferocious. Humph! To think that someone arrived before us. Could they also know that this is the place where Divine Master Tumo died? The person beside him had a head of white hair, but his eyes were blood red. "We will know once we enter." The group of 7 charged into the secret chamber. What they saw was a mess. The crimson-haired youth's pale eyes emitted a violent glint. "Damned thing! Who leaked the news, allowing these people to enter before us? Our soul-seizing palace paid a hefty price to obtain the place where Divine Master Tumo died. For this, in order to enter the corpse grassland, we paid a huge price to purchase this flying ship." The white-haired youth was equally bewildered. He examined the spell, muttering to himself, "Senior brother Schwerling, they might not know that this is the place where Divine Master Tumo died. Look." The crimson-hair youth looked at the transportation spell that had been used, understanding. "Quick, chase after them. We might not make it in time. Once Divine Master Tumo's spirit pet recognizes him as its master, we will be in big trouble." The 7 of them turned into shadows and charged out of the secret chamber. They quickly returned to the warship, determined the direction in which Suyu and the rest of them were, and gave chase. Along the way, Suyu was confused. "Miss Yu-chan, since the corpse grassland is a forbidden area, why would they barge in?" Hearing this, Yu-chan sank into deep thought. She said seriously, "I do not know. But I think that the person who is plotting this must be extremely powerful." The hearts of the 4 of them sank. They had taken the risk to enter the forbidden area and coincidentally met Suyu and the rest of them. They would not let the matter rest. As expected, rumbling sounds could be heard from behind them. It was the giant flying ship, chasing after them at a shocking speed. In terms of speed, it was not much weaker than the fairy realm. How could the 4 of them fight against the flying ship? "Let's split up and run." Yu-chan clenched her teeth, flying in a different direction. Gang Daily also clenched his teeth, taking out 3 jade pendants from his robes. "Each of us will take one. As long as we drip our blood into the pendants, we will be able to sense each other's location. After we escape, we will regroup using this method." "But," Gang Daily changed his tone, saying in a low voice, "if anyone is captured, the jade pendant must be destroyed to prevent the enemy from using the jade pendant to find the other." Hearing this, Suyu and Qin Jiuyang felt that the situation was grave. They nodded their heads fiercely, splitting up and heading in different directions. The 7 people on the warship were not surprised. "Senior Schwerling, I will chase after that woman." The white-haired youth licked his lips excitedly. The red-haired youth shook his head. "No. This woman is the famous White Lotus Jade Cicada. Her defensive power is not something you can break. Leave her to me. You can take care of the person covered in light. He does not look like an ordinary half-god. Remember to bring 2 more people. As for the remaining half-god and heaven master, you guys can deal with them as you see fit." After saying this, the red-haired youth determined Yu-chan's direction and gave chase quickly. The white-haired youth determined Gang Daily's direction and immediately set off with 2 half-gods. The other 2 half-gods chased after Qin Jiuyang. The remaining half-god brought along 3 human kings and chased after Suyu. Suyu turned back to look. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the pursuers behind him. Luckily, the powerful half-god had not chased after him. Suyu's gaze flickered, and he gradually slowed down. The half-god demonic cultivator chasing after him raised his brows. "Oh, you are prepared to admit defeat so quickly?" A mocking expression appeared on his face. "But it's a pity that I might not allow you to admit defeat." In his eyes, a heaven master like Suyu was being pursued by a half-god and a few human kings. Surrendering was the most likely outcome. Suyu gradually stopped, standing at his original position, quietly waiting for them to catch up. Sweeping his gaze behind him, confirming that they were the only ones chasing after him, Suyu's eyeballs moved slightly. Chapter 463. The human kings sealed off Suyu's path of retreat without batting an eyelid. Suyu looked at the warship, revealing a profound expression. "I will indeed return, but I do not wish to bring you all along." Hearing this, the half-god froze, not understanding Suyu's meaning. "Forget it, capture him and hand him over to Senior Schwerling for interrogation," the half-god ordered with a wave of his hand. How could he dare interrogate Suyu alone when it concerned Divine Master Tumo's treasure? To avoid suspicion, it was best to hand him over to Senior Schwelling. The three human kings immediately released a black chi that was not weak. It was somewhat similar to ghost chi. But it was different from the sinister ghost energy. This black aura was filled with a tyrannical aura, different from ghost energy. Demonic energy. Something that only demonic cultivators possess. Suyu understood. So this was demonic energy. But he did not know if the Buddhist treasures and lightning, which could restrain ghosts, could also restrain demonic cultivators. After thinking for a moment, Suyu grabbed a golden dagger with a flip of his palm. The demonic energy of the three human kings turned into 3 chains, which locked Suyu down at an extremely fast speed. The three human kings were not surprised that Suyu was so easily taken care of. A sovereign personage could easily subdue a mere heaven master. If 3 sovereign personages made a move and something went wrong, it would be too strange. The half-god, who was observing from the side, had his suspicions dissipate when he saw how easily Suyu had escaped. Suyu had stopped strangely, but did not immediately surrender. The half-god was naturally suspicious, wondering if this was a trap. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to attack. Although he looked like he was standing at the side, he was actually prepared to act at any time to deal with any sudden situations. With the mission successfully completed, the half-god was completely at ease. "Take him away," the half-god ordered, taking a step forward. The 3 human kings behind him used the chains to pull Suyu back to the flying warship. But what caused the expressions of the 3 human kings to change was that when they pulled on the chains, they felt as if they were pulling on a giant mountain. Suyu did not move an inch, causing the 3 human kings to stumble, nearly falling to the ground. Such a strange scene caused the 3 human kings to realize that something was amiss. The half-god leading the way felt the commotion behind him, his heart turning cold. But it was already too late. Suyu had a cold smile on his face as he grabbed the 3 chains of demonic energy with one hand and pulled them back. The 3 human kings flew toward Suyu like pieces of paper. Not good. Their expressions changed at the same time. They hurriedly let go of the chains and attacked at the same time. However, Suyu was already prepared for this. A cold mist was emitted from his chest, which then turned into 3 arrows and shot toward the 3 of them. The strength of this cold energy was far from what a half-deity could easily withstand. With a cracking sound, the 3 sovereign personages froze on the spot while they were still in the position of casting their spells. Their bodies flew in Suyu's direction without any hesitation. What awaited them were 3 golden afterimages in the air with the golden scale dagger. They didn't even have time to scream. The 3 frozen human kings were cut in half at the waist and died on the spot. Everything happened so suddenly that the demigod demonic cultivator couldn't even react in time. After being stunned for a while, the demigod came back to his senses. Amidst his shock and anger, his killing intent surged. "Fine. Very good. The physical body of a peak sovereign personage. We underestimated you. I was too lazy to attack you, but you didn't know how to cherish the opportunity. Are you prepared to suffer a fate worse than death for killing someone from the demonic path?" The demigod's entire body was filled with demonic energy. He used the demonic energy to form a giant demonic hammer in his hands. The demonic hammer emitted a brutal aura that affected a person's intelligence. Facing the demonic hammer, Suyu felt discomfort all over his body. His soul even showed signs of being suppressed. This demonic hammer actually had the effect of intimidating the enemy's mind energy. Luckily, Suyu's soul energy was abnormally strong, and the effects of the demonic hammer were not strong. With a slight circulation of the spirit energy in his body, the mental intimidation of the demonic hammer disappeared. Seeing that Suyu's mind energy did not change much, the demigod was slightly surprised. If Suyu was a human king, it would be understandable that he was not affected by the demonic energy. But his opponent was only a heaven master. Confused, the demigod became even more cautious. The person in front of him seemed different from an average heaven master. Thinking for a moment, he swung the demonic hammer down from the sky. At that moment, a brutal energy that disturbed the tranquility was everywhere, attacking Suyu's soul. Luckily, Suyu was not greatly affected. Without hesitation, He waved the golden scale dagger and slashed down. Creak, with a light sound, the demonic hammer was broken. This scene shocked the demigod. Even though the demonic hammer he had formed was not as solid as a divine artifact, it should not have been broken by a heaven master. But he did not have time to think. The golden scale dagger had already appeared half a jong in front of him. The demigod let out a cold laugh. As he retreated, he weaved signs with one hand. Naive. The demonic hammer that had been sliced in half had strangely reformed, becoming a giant, solid demonic hammer that struck Su Yu's chest at close range. Su Yu was also surprised that the demonic energy that had been dispersed could still be controlled by its owner. Demonic cultivators were indeed strange. Clang, but the giant hammer did not shatter Su Yu. Instead, the demonic hammer suffered a huge backlash. With a whimper, it dissipated once again. It was unknown when a pitch-black armor had appeared on Su Yu's body, but it disappeared in a flash, and was immediately taken back. The demigod did not understand what was happening. Su Yu had already closed in on him. The golden scale dagger was less than an inch away from his vitals. The demigod's expression finally changed. He let out a cold grunt. "You are still too inexperienced to kill me." As he spoke, he shot out a sharp arrow made of demonic energy from his chest. With a speed faster than the golden scale dagger, it pierced toward Su Yu's heart. This demonic cultivator had chosen to perish together with him. This was an extremely overbearing battle technique. However, what caused the half-deity's expression to freeze the next moment was that his back was suddenly burning hot. Lowering his head, he saw that his chest had been melted by a terrifyingly high temperature, forming a bloody hole the size of a fist. His heart had also turned to ash. Behind him, a crimson figure appeared like a ghost. It turned out that from the very beginning, Su Yu had secretly released his clone in order to wait for such an opportunity. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yu circled the demigod's neck with the golden scale dagger, slicing off his head. This was the death of the demigod. The face of the demigod still had an expression of dissatisfaction. It was obvious that he had never thought that he would die at the hands of a mere heaven master. Su Yu grabbed the corpse and searched it. Apart from a few small black bottles, there was only a pitch-black hammer. It was probably the divine artifact that had used the hammer of demonic energy. It was a normal middle-grade divine artifact. The corpses of the human kings also contained demonic materials that could only be used by demonic cultivators. Despite his disappointment, Su Yu still kept it. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. After doing this, he turned the 3 corpses to ash. Su Yu looked toward the flying ship in the sky. Rather than calling it a flying ship, it was more like a battleship. Its size was not much smaller than the battleships Su Yu had seen in his previous life. Su Yu's gaze flickered, and he took out a transparent cloak. It was Xin Wuhan's treasure. It had originally fallen into the hands of the shopkeeper, but now it was Su Yu's. After putting on the cloak, Su Yu's figure gradually became transparent, finally turning into nothingness. Even his aura was concealed. On the battleship, the remaining 17 human kings and 100 heaven masters stood on the deck in an orderly manner, in a defensive position. The 7 half-gods were not present, so they had to be careful of the enemy. Right at this moment, there was a sudden puffing sound. A human king expert was concentrating on his guard. However, in the eyes of many people, he suddenly turned into a handful of dust and scattered in the air. Such a strange scene caused everyone's scalp to go numb. Enemy attack. Be on guard. A human king reacted, letting out a loud roar. But he had just finished shouting when his neck suddenly shot up into the sky. Blood spurted out like a fountain from his neck. It's the enemy. He can turn invisible. Get into formation, quick. Another human king's expression changed, but he still gave a command. At that moment, the 100 people, who were in a panic, quickly split into 10 small teams. Each team stood back to back, forming a circle. This way, whoever was attacked, the other 9 could immediately lock onto the target's position and launch an attack. Creak, however, all of a sudden, the 10 people in the middle of the team were suddenly enveloped by an extremely powerful chill, turning them all into ice sculptures. Seeing that, the human king in charge of commanding was terrified, letting out a loud roar. Attack. However, before they could make a move, another team that was close to the ice sculptures was completely turned into ice sculptures. This scene caused the faces of the other team members to turn red, their hearts filled with fear. "Run, quick! This is the corpse grassland causing trouble," someone shouted in fear. They had already been on tenterhooks when they entered the corpse grassland. Now that they had encountered such a strange scene, they were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. Now that someone was shouting to escape, the morale of the people crumbled. "Don't fall for it." The human king in charge of commanding had been observing his subordinates, not noticing that someone had spoken. It was the enemy hiding in the dark, creating chaos, but the morale of the people had crumbled, and he could no longer command them alone. In the blink of an eye, 70 to 80 heaven masters chose to escape from the ship. Even half of the human kings had escaped. Seeing that, the human king in charge clenched his teeth, choosing to escape as well. But just as he moved, he felt an icy cold object pressed against his neck. "Don't move." The human king's heart thumped. Someone had come behind him without him noticing. He didn't dare to move. He could only watch helplessly as everyone on the ship fled, leaving him alone. Whoosh! Suyu took off his cloak, saying quickly, "How do I operate this warship? Tell me." The human king's forehead was covered in cold sweat, especially when he saw Suyu's face reflected on the golden dagger pressed against his neck. This person had been chased by a half-god and 2 human kings, yet he had returned alive. This was enough to show how frightening he was. After struggling for a while, the human king said, "If I tell you, will you let me live?" Chapter 464. Hearing this, the other party hesitated for a moment, then brought Suyu to the bow of the ship. There was a round plate made of crystal, and there was a palm print on the round plate. As long as you drip a drop of blood and place the palm print on it, it will be able to move according to your wishes, be it in terms of acceleration or direction. Hearing this, Suyu was surprised. It was so magical. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the plate. At that moment, an unfamiliar message entered his mind. Divine flying ship, a high-grade divine artifact flying ship. It requires a vital energy crystal to activate, and its speed can reach the level of the fairy realm. High-grade divine artifact. Suyu was delighted. Other than the semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts on him, the highest grade item on him should be this divine flying ship. Using his soul eyes, he realized that at the core of the flying ship, there was a vital energy crystal filled with vital energy, continuously providing energy to the flying ship. With a thought, the warship shrank rapidly. In the end, it shrank from 1,000 jong to a foot, like a warship model. "You can leave now." Suyu waved his hands, allowing the human king to leave. He then enlarged the ship by 30 jong, took out a jade pendant, and sensed it for a moment before flying off. The human king looked at Suyu's departing figure, his eyes glowing with a fierce light. "Humph! Only demonic cultivators rob others. To think that someone would dare rob us. He must be tired of living." All of a sudden, a small stone shot out from the green grassland beneath his feet. If Suyu were here, he would definitely recognize the stone. It was the stone he had tossed onto the grass to test the grass. At that moment, it was eerily ejected from the ground, tens of thousands of miles away. The human king froze. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed. Without another word, he charged up into the sky. As he charged up, the human king subconsciously looked at the place where he had been standing. What caused him to suck in a breath of cold air was that on the grassland, the dark green grassland had condensed into a giant human face that was 1,000 feet tall. Its facial features were clear, as if it had been dyed with green grass. At that moment, the giant pair of glasses revealed a cruel, ferocious smile. The huge mouth suddenly opened, and several long tongues shot out from it. The human king did not even have time to react before he was pulled into the mouth by the long tongues. As the giant mouth closed again, a scream came to an abrupt end, followed by the sound of chewing. After a moment, the giant humanoid face revealed a satisfied look, and it grinned hideously as it looked in the direction in which Suyu had left. The huge face disappeared on the spot, and the grassland regained its lush green color. It was quiet and beautiful, as if the bloody scene had never happened. In the depths of the grassland, Qin Zhuoyang's hair was disheveled, and many parts of his body were stained with the color of blood. There was even fresh blood at the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. His face was a little weak and he couldn't fight for long. Opposite him, the two demigods were also in a sorry state. Their faces were ashen, and they confronted Qin Zhuoyang with extreme fear. Both of them had a shallow mark on their ring fingers. Senior Brother Wu, this person's curse technique is extremely evil. If we're not careful, the damage we inflict on him will be reflected back to us. Senior Brother Wu's expression was also solemn, but he was very calm. Don't worry, this person's curse technique can only deal with two people at the same time. Let's not fight him head on, let's wait for the other senior brothers to deal with this person, then we can easily deal with him. Hearing this, Qin Zhuoyang was secretly anxious. He was rather weak, and if this stalemate continued, he would most likely be killed on the spot before the other party's reinforcements arrived. I'll listen to Senior Brother Wu. The halfling calmed down when he heard that Senior Brother Wu's words were reasonable. Qin Zhuoyang clenched his teeth, turned around and fled. Chase! Senior Martial Brother Wu shouted in a low voice, and the two of them flew up again to intercept him, entangling him tightly. Right at this moment, Senior Brother Wu's eyelids suddenly twitched. A demigod's senses were extremely powerful. He abruptly sensed an obscure aura suddenly approaching. Be careful, junior brother. Senior Martial Brother Wu looked around and his eyes narrowed. He grabbed his junior Martial Brother's shoulder and moved him to the side. Just as he was about to leave, a golden dagger suddenly appeared and almost pierced through the chest of that junior brother. Who is it? What kind of ability is sneaking around and launching a sneak attack? If you have the guts, come out. Senior Martial Brother Wu's expression changed at once, and he gave a cold hum. At this moment, a cold laugh came from the void in front of them. What a joke! The two of you have the ability to fight 2 against 1, but I have no ability to launch a sneak attack. After saying this, Su Yu's figure appeared. Senior Martial Brother Wu's gaze turned serious. Here. After saying this, he furiously struck out with his palm, and he gave a cold hum. Idiot! That sentence was obviously meant to test Su Yu. He did not expect Su Yu to expose himself so easily. However, just as he struck out with his palm, the junior martial brother behind him suddenly let out a horrible shriek. His junior martial brother's chest was pierced by a raging flame, and the heart within his chest was turned into nothingness. After that, a scarlet figure draped in a transparent cloak appeared, taking out an item from the junior martial brother's chest and retreating to Qin Zhuoyang's side hurriedly. As it turned out, when Su Yu revealed himself, he had given the cloak to his clone. After attracting the attention of senior martial brother Wu and the half-god, he suddenly attacked and killed the junior martial brother, who had the weakest abilities, on the spot. Seeing this situation, senior martial brother Wu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but he rationally turned to escape. Even though that lad was a heaven master, he was extremely strange. Now that he had teamed up with Qin Zhuoyang, the one in danger would be him. However, just as he was escaping, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his abdomen. It was Qin Zhuoyang who had a tacit understanding with Su Yu, allowing Su Yu's clone to attack his abdomen, which was not considered a vital area. The intense flame that had almost burned through his abdomen was transferred to senior martial brother Wu's body. Within his abdomen, there were bursts of flames, and he let out an intense cry of pain. However, his pathetic cry stopped abruptly. A golden dagger, which had been prepared for this, circled around his neck, and his head flew into the sky. At the same time, Su Yu raised his hand and grabbing all the items in his body. In an instant, he had killed 2 half-gods. The way Qin Zhuoyang looked at Su Yu had completely changed. Previously, he had speculated that Su Yu had the ability to kill normal half-gods, but he did not expect Su Yu to be so powerful. If Su Yu were to kill him, there was a possibility of success. Brother Zhuoyang, how are your injuries? Su Yu stepped forward, concerned. Qin Zhuoyang laughed self-mockingly. My injuries are nothing. However, if Brother Black Snow had not rushed over, I might have died here today. I admit that I am inferior to Brother Black Snow's abilities. Su Yu laughed. It was because they were careless and underestimated me. Moreover, the main force was with Brother Joyoung. I could only be considered lucky. Qin Joyoung said angrily, "Don't be humble. Your abilities, in the Zhenlong continent, including the elders, are enough to rank in the top 10. Most importantly, you are only at the level of Heaven Master. In the future, when you become a half-god, apart from the few fairies, you will be the strongest person in the Zhenlong continent." Qin Joyoung had given Su Yu an extremely strong evaluation. Su Yu laughed, changing the topic. "Brother Joyoung, these items were found on their bodies. We will split them in half." Qin Joyoung was gratified that Su Yu could still think of sharing the treasures with him. He shook his head and laughed. "You can keep them. These people were killed by you. I was saved by you, and I can't thank you enough. How can I take your items? Moreover, I have a family backing me, and I do not lack resources. It is not easy for a wandering martial artist like you to train alone. Keep them for yourself. Do you hear me?" Hearing such words of concern, Su Yu secretly praised him. From the moment they had met, Qin Joyoung had given Su Yu a good impression. "If that is the case, I will not stand on ceremony." Casually stuffing the treasures into his robes, Su Yu took out the divine flying ship and tossed it into the air, causing it to become 30 Chinese feet long. Qin Joyoung froze. "What is this? Could this be that warship?" Su Yu laughed. "What do you think?" Qin Joyoung gasped. You actually managed to snatch that warship. How did you do it?" Qin Joyoung could not believe it. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "Even the half-gods chased after them. Is it difficult for me to obtain this warship?" Hearing such casual words, Qin Joyoung could not hide the shock in his heart. Su Yu had said it casually, but he understood that even if there was not a single half-god on that warship, there were still over 100 strong martial artists. Even if Gang Daily wanted to snatch that warship, it would be impossible, much less him. Qin Joyoung had a higher opinion of Su Yu's abilities. "Junior brother, you are really full of treasures. Many treasures boy is the most suitable description for you." Qin Joyoung did not know whether to laugh or cry. Other than the golden scale dagger, Su Yu also had the extremely powerful and mysterious armor, as well as the extraordinary invisibility cloak. Now, he also had a high-grade divine artifact flying ship. With so many treasures on him, he could attack and defend, and he was even prepared to escape. How strong would his fighting abilities be? "Many treasures boy." The veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. He still had the ghost-suppressing golden ring, the Cosmos Thunder Sword, the 9 yin-yang formation, and the ghost prison token. If he took out these treasures, how could he be just a many treasures boy? But Su Yu would not easily reveal those items in front of others. Previously, he had no choice but to use the Eternal Stone King armor during the mysterious heavenly battle, drawing the attention of others. If the 9 yin-yang formation and the ghost-suppressing golden ring were to appear again, there would be trouble. "Senior brother, seize the time to rest. I will control the flying ship and rush to Brother Daily immediately. I hope we can make it in time." At another location, Gang Daily's Tujong huge body was revealed. At that moment, his whole body was covered in blood, and many parts of his body were torn open. Opposite him was the powerful half-god, the white-haired, red-eyed young man. His face was a little pale, and his expression was grave. Beside him, there were corpses that had been torn into two. They were the two half-gods who had come with him. Under the situation of 1 against 3, Gang Daily could still kill 2 of them and confront the white-haired young man. Chapter 465. Gang Daily was harder to deal with than they had imagined. Now, he was the only one left. Luckily, it was 3 against 1, which had weakened his abilities. Even though he was the only one left, he was confident that he could take his life. The white-haired youth let out a cold laugh, his blood-red eyes releasing a deep, dark red color. "Foreign race," he said. "The bones of the foreign race are rare treasures to the demon race. To think that we would be able to get such a great bargain." Gang Daily was panting, his entire body in a weak state. Even his mind was unstable. Suddenly meeting the blood-red eyes, he felt a wave of fatigue and drowsiness. His huge body swayed, looking as if he was about to collapse. The white-haired youth let out a delighted expression, flying forward quickly. He took out a black bone knife from his sleeves. The cold blade was unusually sharp. With a wave of his wrist, the bone knife slashed toward Gang Daily's neck. But at that moment, the white-haired youth had a thought. His body dodged to the side without warning, the bone knife in his hand slashing behind him. Clang, thud, thud, thud. A figure was forced out of the void, taking 3 to 4 steps back. On the other hand, the white-haired youth held the bone knife, easily pushing it aside. He glared at Suyu, who had appeared, and coldly said, "You want to launch a sneak attack on me with this bit of cultivation level?" Suddenly, he felt that the youth in front of him was very familiar. Thinking back, he could not help but be shocked. What happened? They actually let you escape. There had clearly been a half-god chasing after him. Now that Suyu had appeared, it was obvious that Suyu had used his concealment technique to successfully escape. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a thick strand of hair appeared on the white-haired youth's ring finger. This is a curse. Not good. Without hesitation, the white-haired youth shook his finger, breaking the strand of hair. But there were still a few deep scars on his finger. From afar, Qin Joyoung rushed over quickly. His injuries had stabilized after some recuperation. Standing beside Suyu, Qin Joyoung looked at Gang Daily, letting out a low grunt. "Wake up." His words contained the aura of a curse, causing people to feel uncomfortable. Gang Daily, who had fallen into a deep slumber, immediately woke up. Looking at the situation around him, Gang Daily was pleasantly surprised. "It's great that all of you are fine." Qin Joyoung laughed awkwardly. "It was Brother Black Snow who arrived in time and saved me. Otherwise, I would have been finished off by those 2 half-gods." Brother Black Snow? Gang Daily was shocked. He had thought that it was Qin Joyoung who had saved Suyu. In the end, it was Suyu who had saved him. However, after thinking about it for some time, Gang Daily understood. Perhaps Qin Joyoung and the other 2 people had both sustained heavy injuries, and Suyu had successfully come out to take advantage of the situation. After all, Qin Joyoung's battle prowess was not weak. The white-haired youth also had the same thought. He couldn't see anything on Suyu that could make him fearful. Hence, he guessed that Suyu must have taken the opportunity to save him. Sensing their misunderstanding, Qin Joyoung laughed bitterly to himself and did not explain further. "Daily, let's join forces and get rid of him as soon as possible. Then, we'll leave this place as soon as possible. Apart from this person, there's also a leader called Xueling. He's the most powerful demigod expert here. Daily and I are both injured and exhausted. If we encounter him, I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous." Hearing this, Gang Daily and Suyu naturally did not object. "Humph, what can 3 defeated soldiers do to me?" The white-haired youth let out a cold laugh. His eyes shot out a blood-red glow, enveloping everyone present. Gang Daily was shocked. "Be careful, don't look at his eyes." Hearing a low grunt, Qin Joyoung and Suyu immediately lowered their heads, not meeting the white-haired youth's gaze. However, the white-haired youth let out a mocking smile. "Who told you that you can avoid my gaze if you don't meet mine?" "What?" Gang Daily and Qin Joyoung's expressions changed. However, it was too late for them to react. From the white-haired youth's eyes, 3 blood-red halos shot out, imprinting themselves on the 3 people's bodies and entering their bodies. Thump! Gang Daily, who had been hit twice, swayed and fell to the ground. As for Qin Joyoung, he struggled for a moment, letting out a low roar of dissatisfaction. He also swayed and fell to the ground. This person's cultivation technique was extremely strange. As people of the same cultivation level, he had easily knocked out the other party. The cultivation technique of the demonic path was too overbearing. As such, Gang Daily and Qin Joyoung were at his mercy. Whoosh! The white-haired youth let out a breath, his body trembling slightly. His face was much paler than before. It was obvious that such an overbearing cultivation technique consumed a lot of energy. Finally, however, before the white-haired youth could heave a sigh of relief, he saw a figure standing upright from the corner of his eyes. Not only was he safe and sound, he was even looking at him with a faint smile. You are actually fine." The white-haired youth could not believe it. The two half-gods had directly fainted, but the Heaven Master Kid was safe and sound. So it was a soul attack. No wonder they were hit. Suyu let out a cold smile. The red halos entering his body had also caused him to faint. Luckily, his soul was strong, and he had the divine nine-dragon cauldron as a shield. As such, he was able to resist the attack easily. "You seem to be different," the white-haired youth said. "It's a pity your cultivation level is too low. If your abilities were stronger, I might have to be wary of you." If Gang Daly and the person who had cast the spell were awake, he would have been in trouble in his current state. Luckily, he was just a Heaven Master level junior. "I'll send you on your way." The white-haired youth released a bolt of demonic energy without hesitation, turning it into a long sword that pierced toward Suyu's chest. Creak! A dazzling golden dagger appeared in Suyu's palm, and with a twirl, it easily dispersed the demonic energy. The white-haired youth was surprised, a strange look flashing in his eyes. The dispersed demonic energy once again formed a long sword, attacking Suyu from a close distance. But Suyu seemed to be prepared. Without a word, he raised his hand and slashed downward. The long sword formed by the demonic energy was once again dispersed in the air. "Hey! You seem to understand the demonic techniques of the soul-seizing palace." The white-haired youth was slightly surprised. How could he know that Suyu had previously fought with the person who had used the demonic hammer? Hence, Suyu had taken precautions against such demonic energy. "That means I have to do it personally." The white-haired youth took out a purple umbrella from his waist. There were complicated patterns carved on it. Traces of flowing light flickered indefinitely. There was also a powerful spiritual pressure that came rushing over. It felt like a high-grade divine artifact, but it was slightly inferior. "Hihi, this is my purple sun incredible umbrella. You are lucky to die under this umbrella." The white-haired youth slowly opened the umbrella. A ball of purple light enveloped the white-haired youth at once. Suyu was on guard, but he realized that the purple light of the purple sun incredible umbrella only enveloped the white-haired youth. There were no other abnormalities. Right at that moment, the sky above Suyu's head suddenly turned purple. A large mass of purple clouds slowly descended, enveloping a radius of 1,000 feet around Suyu. Within the area of the purple light, a ferocious high temperature suddenly rose. The temperature was so high that it was even scarier than the origin. A large patch of grassland quickly withered and turned yellow. It then spontaneously combusted, turning into a sea of fire. That. Naked. There were tens of thousands of corpses exposed on the ground. They had not melted even after hundreds of years, but under such high temperature, these bones actually began to burn. Very quickly, even the air began to burn. The entire 100 jong radius was burning. Regardless of whether it was the ground or the sky, everything was filled with purple flames. The terrifying temperature that exceeded the origin melted everything within it. Only the white-haired youth who was holding the purple umbrella was unharmed by the purple light. Suyu's expression changed slightly. Was this also a demonic treasure? How tyrannical. Within a 100 jong radius, apart from the white-haired youth himself, everyone and everything else was burned into nothingness. Creak! With a flash of black light, Suyu's body was covered in a layer of black armor. Under Suyu's control, the vital energy crystal in the center automatically released waves of vital energy, activating the Eternal Stone King armor. A layer of black light shot out from within the armor, enveloping Suyu within it. At that moment, the purple flames finally arrived. Buzz buzz buzz, the black protective barrier trembled for a moment, but it quickly regained its calm. No matter how ferocious the purple flames were, they could not shake Suyu in the slightest. His gaze was filled with a layer of killing intent as he looked coldly at the white-haired youth. The white-haired youth's pupils dilated, his expression filled with shock. What armor is that, to actually block the purple sun flames? Suyu did not reply. He merely took out 9 steel needles expressionlessly, tossing them into the air. At once, the 9 steel needles danced in the air, surrounding the white-haired youth, sealing off all his escape routes. Die. Suyu spat out coldly, activating the 9 yin-yang formation. Immediately, 9 streaks of steel shot out from the corners, drawing a series of broken lines in the air, weaving into a huge net. Being in the net, any corner would suffer a powerful attack. A whole set of divine artifacts. And they are used in conjunction with the spell? The white-haired youth's expression finally changed. Feeling the terrifying power of the spell, a sliver of fear gradually appearing on his face. Without another word, he kept the purple sun incredible umbrella, turning to charge out of the spell. Creak, but since the spell was activated, he had completely lost his chance to escape. A steel needle pierced through his shoulder armor, the second through his leg, the third through his abdomen, the fourth. The 9 steel needles mercilessly pierced through the white-haired youth's body, not stopping even with his pathetic cries. Stop, stop immediately. The white-haired youth was pierced through 9 places in an instant, his internal injuries severe. But Su Yu had no intention of stopping. The steel needles flew out continuously, one of them brushing past his dantian. This caused the white-haired youth's hair to stand. The fear of death suddenly descended upon him. Please stop. I will agree to whatever you want. The white-haired youth tried to escape the spell, but he was trapped in the spell, unable to move. Suddenly, the spell slowed down. Su Yu weaved signs with one hand, still sealing off the white-haired youth's surroundings. Erase the refinement mark on that purple sun incredible umbrella, then toss it out. Su Yu stated a condition.